Mayor Roberts, we are live.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So it is 9 o'clock on Friday, January 14th. So I will call the special meeting of Dysart Council to order. And Mallory, if you will, I'll ask you to do roll call.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Clark?
Present.
Councillor Donaldson?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Present.
Councillor McKechnie?
Present.
Councillor Smith?
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts?
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present.
Perfect.
Okay, all accounted for. So the first off we have is a resolution to adopt today's agenda. I'll look for a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Wood Roberts and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on January 14th, 2022 be approved as presented. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And next I'll look and ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we'll move on to the first item in our agenda, which is just in here because normally regarding the parking meters, the bags would be lifted, but we've moved into stage 2. So I'm not sure if their staff are doing any report on this, Tamara?
No, we don't have a report on this, but Mike Isles is in the meeting if you have any questions.
Regarding what stage we're in, if not, but basically it is about whether we keep the parking meters
Oh,
covered.
sorry. Yeah,
It's parking. Yeah, we're on the parking issue. So I didn't know if anyone was speaking to that. There's a short report.
No, it's just up for discussion by last, whether because of that, whether you wanted to keep them going right now or leave it off.
So I'll look to council, maybe in particular, Councillor Wood Roberts as the Ward 1 representative. If you'd like to speak to this.
I for one would like to keep them covered. Everyone is struggling right now. And at some days it's difficult if there is much snow to get it off the streets for people to, go back and forth to their vehicles, to the meter things. So I would like to leave them off.
Okay.
Keep them covered so that it's an incentive for people to shop.
Okay, and we don't need a further resolution because it does say in here that it would move back if we move back into stage 3. So if that happens at the end of January, or I honestly can't remember the date, and it could change, so there's no point in me quoting the date, 26th, 27th, somewhere in there. Then we would act according to how the province acts. So can I count that as a moving from you, Councillor Wood Roberts? Okay,
Please.
and a seconder. I did see Larry Clark second, but it was there a question. I'll ask if there's questions on that.
No,
Okay,
just to support it. I think it's important over this period that people have feeling go downtown, even if they can't go into a lot of stores and there's still restrictions, at least it gets people to the center of the village.
Yeah, they are
That's good.
struggling. Okay, great. So I'll count the Councillor Clark as seconding. Councillor Smith, did you want to speak to it?
Well, a question. Are we leaving this covered or proposing to leave this covered because of COVID or because it's the winter season? There's snow on the ground that prevents people from moving between their cars and the devices where you can purchase parking.
The recommendation, although now Councillor Wood Roberts talked about snow, it's because of COVID. That is the recommendation, is to encourage what little bit of people coming to town shopping would be an incentive to be able to park on the main street. It is regarding COVID.
No, I just wanted to make sure that we're consistent here because the argument, the recommendation was based on snow on the ground, and I have no concern with the recommendation from our committee, the emergency control group, that because of COVID they wanted to do this, but as long as it's limited to COVID, and when we get back to stage 3, these will be uncovered again, and back to charging for parking and our revenue. Thank you.
Okay, it was to do with COVID. It was consistent with what we did last year when we had an emergency control group that could make a decision. Our EOC, we've disbanded. We haven't disbanded. That's not. We have we're not in a state of emergency. So this is a financial decision. So this is a council decision, but it's based on COVID. So I do have moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council directs staff to suspend metered parking until the province of Ontario moves back into stage 3 of the roadmap to reopen. All in favor? Okay, great. That's carried. And now we'll move into the main body and the purpose of our special meeting, which is draft 2 of our budget. So as I did with the first draft, I'm basically going to, for all intents and purposes, turn the chair over to our trusty treasurer, who has yet again put in countless hours to bring a draft 2 forward, and lots of information in our package. So we're going to go through step by step. The only thing I'd like to say, and I did have this in some conversations with councillors throughout last week and this week, is that there is no rush to come on a final number or final decisions today. Today is, let's call it debate, or more further questions or further recommendations. And we do have a February meeting set that we definitely can hold. So I don't want anyone to feel pressure that they have to make a decision. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you, Barbara. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, and welcome to the second meeting for our budget of 2022. And I'm just going to share my screen to start off with the presentation. Okay, so we see the welcome page here. We're all good? Okay. Okay. So good morning and happy new year to everyone. Hard to believe we're in 2022 and heading into another year of COVID. Since we last presented the budget in the first draft in December of 2021, there was a lot of hope of getting back to some normalcy. However, that's not the case today. So as far as the layout of the presentation for today, I will make a presentation and focus on some of the points that were made as a result of our first draft budget. And then we will also have some departments present some additional information for their areas. All managers are available for any questions, and we can bring them into the meeting as required. So we'll just talk a little bit about the 2021 result. Finance is working towards getting a number for the 2021 year. Through our discovery work just most recently, we've come to realize that there is going to be a reduction in our development reserve, and that is as a result of a decision made by council earlier this year to transfer some of the money from the development reserve to the construction budget in the tune of $225,000. And that's in line with the additional work that was approved by council earlier this year. And that work was about $465,000. So as we get a final result here or closer to, we will share those results with council, but right now we are still working through that. Another item that we discovered through our 2021 operating budget is it looks like our maintenance costs are going to be considerably less than budgeted, and that's solely to do with our snow plowing and our sanding and salting budget. The key here is that the rental rates that we charge ourselves while our stock is rolling, that there is down considerably because we haven't had winter weather that we may have anticipated, and also COVID. So staff are recommending any surplus there be transferred into the development reserve. That will support the replacement of these pieces of equipment over time. If we don't transfer that money, then we're going to have a huge deficit, which will be a strain on the development reserve. So we'll move on to municipal taxation. The second draft is proposing a budget of 5.5%. That is down from the original budget of 7.56%. So what does that mean? For a residential property, that will be $16.35 more on an assessment of $100,000. For commercial, it will be $24.24 per 100,000, and industrial, $28.09 per 100,000. So I'm just going to take a moment to talk about the municipal tax levy. And this particular slide here compares the municipalities in the county of Haliburton. And you'll notice here, Dysart, the second column over, is the base. And we are going to compare Dysart to the other municipalities in the county. During 2021, the cost per $100,000 worth of assessment for a residential property in Dysart was $297.44. When we compare ourselves to Algonquin Highlands, who's at $334.10, the ratepayer is paying $36.66 more than if you were to reside in Dysart, or 12.3%. You can notice the trend as you move over to the next column for Minden Hills. In Minden Hills, you will pay 29.1% more, or $86.70 on $100,000 worth of assessment in the residential class. Continuing with the trend in Highlands East, you will pay 70.6 cents or 70.6% more than Dysart, or $210.06. So if we forward to 2022, and in the previous slide, we said that a 5.5% increase on the residential class would be $16.35. If we add that to our 2021 base, our new rate will be $313.79. Now, if we compare that to the existing rates in the neighboring municipalities, and we look at Algonquin Highlands, we're still below any rate increase that Algonquin Highlands might consider for their 2022 tax year. And that trend continues for each class. So a 5.5% levy increase still results in Dysart being the lowest tax rate within the member municipalities in the county of Haliburton. Just as a special note of interest, Dysart does present just under 40% of the assessment for the entire county. So we are responsible for many services, and we have the lowest tax rate, and our dollar is working harder for our ratepayers. So here we see the trend line, the last 5 years of levy increases. Yes, it is going upwards. However, our assessment base has also increased 8% over that time frame as well. Which again, looking at more people moving to the area, and that requires more services for our ratepayers.
Barb?
Yes.
Yeah. The rates that we're talking about, the application of this assessment rate, is that based on about 2018, or is that on some of the current real estate values? Because there's been significant increase, I think, in property values, I think, which at some point in time will translate into an impact assessment. Is
Right.
that, yeah.
Yeah, and currently we really haven't benefited from that. However, yeah, the main reason there is we're still working off of a 2016 CVA, and we will be also working off of a 2016 CVA in 2023 as well. That is the message we've received from the ministry. So moving on to the next slide, we're going to talk about funding and how our municipal tax levy of just over 10.8 million will fund 58.6% of our municipal expenditures. And that 58.6 is down from the original 59.4% that we had presented in the first draft of the budget. And again, we have our municipal, Ontario Municipal Partnership funding that aids in municipal operations of just under 1.9 million, and that is $239 per household. So here we have a picture of our sources of funding, and that's broken down into three categories. Obviously, our property taxes are the main contributor. Then we have grants, our federal and provincial grants. And so here we see our federal gas tax, which is now called the Canada Community Build Fund, our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. Those are two key funds that we have for core infrastructure projects. Other non-taxation represents any user fees and any transfers from our reserves. So grants represent 16.7% of funding our municipal expenditures, and other non-tax revenue is 24.7%. So looking at one of our key grants here, the Canada Community Build Fund, we will be bringing in $390,000 into the budget this year to assist with infrastructure projects. And that is comprised of our 2022 allocation of just over $199,000 and also a $191,000 top up that we received in 2021. So at the end of 2022, based on the current budget being presented today, we will still have a balance of $290,000 sitting in our Canada Community Build Fund. Moving on to provincial grants and our OCIF. This year, we received notice that we were going to receive $364,000. And so the budget as it's presented today will bring in $256,000 of those funds. And then we also have a balance at the end of 2022 for $108,000. So here we have an overview of our main reserve, being the development reserve. And you'll notice that the number has come down at the end of 2021 by 225,000. And that is to do with funding those construction projects that we had completed during 2021. The there was one project removed from the carryover of 2021. We were able to complete the roof repair at the Rails and Gallery. So we have removed that project from the 2022 budget, and it was to be funded through carryover funds from 2021. So now the net increase into the reserve is $23,000, and that net is made up of the draw of capital projects of 777,000, and then transfers into the reserve of 800,000. And I just like to remind council that this year is the first year that we've introduced an additional transfer to the reserve for the asset management funding gap. And that there is $172,000. So with the revised budget here, you can see that there's a very modest increase on our reserve balance for 2022. Seems to be hovering around the 3.5 million. However, do keep in mind that there's been an injection of $172,000 for the asset management. If that did not take place, we'd definitely be trending downward. So just a bit of a recap on our long-term funding, long-term borrowing. So the 2022 draft 2 budget will absorb $793,000 worth of debt repayment. And that is broken down by 3 categories, being debentures, leases, and internal loans. Based on the ministry requirement from our FIR reporting, the municipality can repay debt up to just over $2.4 million per year. Currently, the municipality is utilizing 32% of that debt repayment limit. There was one minor adjustment here, and that was for the one lease that expires in May of this year. There was a reduction of approximately $25,000 on the repayment compared to the first draft. We had considered 12 months. This budget here is considering 5. Any differential gets flushed into the development reserve for future equipment replacement. So moving on to expenditures, here we have comparison of expenditures by department. And you can see here transportation has really taken a leap in 2022. Again, I stress that there's about $172,000 for the asset management funding gap. And there's also under protection there, we have a few additional projects that would as a combined between the 3 different areas, have a larger expense for the current year. So one thing that transpired since our first draft of the budget, we did receive confirmation of our insurance renewal. The original draft had considered a 4% increase. When we actually completed the renewal, it was 13%. Again, the increase is due to hardening market, and primarily that increase was attributed to liability and property coverage. So as part of the outcome from our first budget meeting, there was a directive from council to take a look at the volunteer firefighter hourly rate. Staff did reach out to the neighboring municipalities in the county, and there were two that actually pay their firefighters an hourly rate. The third municipality actually works off of a point system, which really wasn't a fair comparator to an hourly rate. When we consider the hourly rate average between the two municipalities, being Minden Hills and Algonquin Highlands, that resulted in a $2.50 per hour wage increase to bring our volunteer firefighter hourly rate in line with neighboring municipalities. The additional cost there will be about $20,000 on the budget. Moving on to transportation, there was an inquiry as to whether we could draw $100,000 from the OCIF funding to assist with the Redstone Brook Bridge design and hydraulic study. So this second draft includes drawing $100,000 from that fund. There's also been a reduction in expenses of $20,000 for the roads garage feasibility study. And so the idea here would be to fund the total project of $40,000 over the 2022 and the 2023 budget years. We received some good news from Waste Diversion Ontario, which is through the Stewardship Ontario, and our annual WDO funding for the data call has increased $43,000 in 2022. So we have increased the revenue, which was originally budgeted at $100,000, by that $43,000. And this falls under provincial grants. So staying on the topic of grants, we did have some requests this year, some new requests, and for council consideration. Total grants in lieu of donations is $87,950. We have a request from the Royal Canadian Legion to assist with their chairlift project, and they're requesting $10,000. The Haliburton Highlands Outdoor Association is looking for relief of the municipal portion of property taxation. The 2021 value there is $1,350. And we have some repeat requests that were granted last year with the notion of being a one-time assistance with these organizations, and now they're coming back for a second year. The Glebes Sculpture Forest is looking for $7,500 for operating, and the Haliburton Lake Cottage Owner Association is looking for $1,000. So based on our first budget meeting, one item that will be presented in further detail in the environment section will be the request for extended landfill hours. And based on option 2 of that presentation, it's roughly about $10,000. So in closing, we have a picture here of where the tax dollars go. And again, you can see that between the environment and transportation, that absorbs approximately 54% of our budget. We add in protection, that's another 20%. So those 3 areas are absorbing 74% of the municipal budget. So on that note, I will open up the floor for any questions.
Barbara,
Yes.
just to start off with, so it's mainly if there's sort of overall questions, and then so that we're not pinging all over the place, talking about the Legion request to something in the roads feasibility study. We will, Barbara, we had thought that we would go through it department by department and look at, sort of just analyze each one. But if there's some overall questions to Barbara regarding particularly, I know that there were some questions I heard in terms of reserves. I heard that there were some questions regarding loans. I did note myself that so there was one coming due on a lease payment in this May, but there are also two that are coming due next year in 2023. So that's good news for next year's budget, because those amounts can be used, that amount is sort of built in and can be used directly to either lease or purchase equipment. So you wouldn't remove that, but there are no other loans that are actually due for several years. But those one lease payment this year, two next year. So is there any sort of overall questions, or should we prefer to go department by department? So I'll turn it back over to you, Barbara.
Yeah, so if it is the desire of council to complete the entire presentation, and then we open up the floor for questions, that's fine as well. So what's the consensus with council to continue on and then open up the floor for questions? Okay, then we'll continue on. Okay, so our next presenter will be Carl, our chief building official, and he'll talk about the next slide with bylaw. Okay. We'll turn it over to Carl when he's ready.
Good morning. Yeah, so with the request for this budget meeting, we've asked for a summer bylaw position to help enforce downtown parking areas, as well as Head Lake Park areas, to alleviate some of the time for our bylaw officer to focus on the complaints, increased number of complaints that we've been getting, typically related to zoning bylaw, whatever, that are outside of the municipal, the Haliburton proper limits. So one of the benefits of this would be that, again, sometimes it's a double-edged sword where you're having somebody focus on parking tickets because the complaints on, I've got a parking ticket, are going to increase, which council will probably hear about. What decision council will have to make, whether we get this or not. So some of the benefits of it, again, that this position would be scheduled to work Saturday, so they'd have Sunday, Monday off. So we'd have enforcement personnel available on Saturdays during the day as well. They'd also be able to assist our current bylaw officer on difficult calls. Currently, it's myself that would assist them, but typically our busiest time is during the summer, along with bylaw, which typically ties my hands with being able to get out with the bylaw officer. So that's basically the insight for the position of the summer bylaw officer.
Okay, thank you, Carl. So again, we'll save the questions for the end of the presentation. Mayor Roberts.
So this is where, as we go through this process, I would like to look to council to see, like, this is an example, is there support, general support to leave this position in or out, so we can make a decision now? Or is there further questions? Is there support to leave this position in? Maybe I'll just chair this part. It's hard online. That's okay. Go, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Carl, you mentioned that the focus of this position is going to be on downtown parking enforcement. How much of a revenue are you projecting as a result of having the additional staff position? How much additional revenue, whether it be from actual meter usage or collection of fines, are you projecting? If spending $20,000 on a summer student, and we're collecting $2,000 in parking revenue, it's not necessarily a great decision. I'm just trying to understand where you're at in that respect.
So there hasn't been an actual comparison completed as to the benefit of how much extra revenue this is going to bring in. It's going to create the opportunity to allow for complete, 2 complete rounds of meters a day. Where currently it's hard for a bylaw officer to get out even once during the day to check meters. It's also going to allow for people that having that presence downtown of a uniformed officer that people are going to say, oh, these guys are out, we better put money in the meters. It's definitely going to increase the revenue. People put the revenue coming from the coinage in the meters itself, as well as people actually getting tickets. Tickets are definitely down just because our bylaw officer does not have the time to get out and do that during the summers, which it's the busiest time of parking during the summers.
Barbara has a comment. Barbara, and then back to John.
Yeah, thank you. So pre-COVID, there's quite a bit of parking revenue generated in the downtown core. We're talking our parking meter revenue only. So pre-COVID, 2019, we brought in $15,000 worth of parking revenue in 3 months, June, July, and August. So there's a lot of potential here. In 2021, it was down considerably. We only brought in $8,000. So I agree that if there's more enforcement out there, that it would increase revenues. And, we do have the COVID factor here, but people are still traveling in locally. So, and I do believe that Haliburton is a destination.
Back to Councillor Smith, and then Councillor Clark, and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you. So then, Barbara, how much have you projected in this budget, this version of the budget for that revenue? Are you ratcheting it back up in terms of the revenue, or are you still leaving it at the more modest levels that were achieved in 2021?
Okay, so the parking meter revenue gets channeled into reserve, and those funds are drawn to fund some of the operating costs and also equipment replacement. So the direct impact of the additional revenue would sit in the reserve rather than be brought into the operating budget. And right now that reserve is, it's down quite a bit because of COVID. We're not collecting the normal average parking meter revenues. So this would be a great opportunity to give it a cash injection.
I understand that, and so I appreciate that clarification. Madam Mayor, in terms of perspective on this, I find it very challenging that we would propose to spend operating dollars, tax dollars, if you like. We're increasing the tax levy here to have a bylaw enforcement officer supplement to then have the benefits to that all go into increasing our reserves. It just doesn't seem fair to the taxpayer who's being asked to foot the bill. Conceptually, I like the idea, but I need to be willing. Every time there's an increase in our reserves, we celebrate that. But somehow we need to be more willing to use those reserves to offset some of the proposed increases here in terms of taxes. So if there was a way that the taxpayer would benefit from the the infusion of parking meter revenue and even fines, I could support this. But if we're just going to load the cost, $20,000 round number, onto the taxpayers, and we put the funds in reserves and leave it there for a future date, to me, that's not an acceptable approach. We're
Okay.
looking at a tax increase.
Okay. So I did have Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Kennedy, but if I could just quickly respond to that. I believe, Barbara, it was about 13.7. Can't find that number quickly. I think there's other benefits, and if you only look at this position as a revenue, okay, Councillor Clark's nodding, this is my opinion. If you only look at this position as a benefit to it's costing us this, so therefore we have to bring in revenue for that. We have commented time and time again to our current bylaw officer, and yourself included, about zoning issues and wanting more detail on this. We have bylaws that are outdated, that need to be looked at, that he can't even get to his files on just like a general policy review on what some of the bylaws are. So I think that there's an opportunity here to not look at it as just solely a revenue, we're expending something, but to offer better service. We know, let's cross our fingers that we can go back to having events and things this summer. And having Head Lake Park full again. We constantly get complaints. We get complaints on the weekend. And so I think it's I would look at it more of a increasing service level. So I'll be quiet on that. I'll turn it to Councillor Clark and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy next.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's pretty much the same idea. There's icing on the cake with this. It's fine. It's one thing in terms of a bit of additional revenue stream from the parking, but the bigger implication, I think, is with regard to some security in the park. And you take a look at the amount of deductible we've got in our insurance. All you need is some kids going through and doing some vandalism on the arena area, or not the arena, but the music area or any of the rest of it. And that, that's $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 that we pick up out of the taxpayers' pocket. So it's peanuts that we're talking about in terms of having an additional person. Icing on the cake is, as Carl has alluded to, in terms of having some additional time to actually get out there and do a little bit more inspection. We've had a huge increase in the amount of building and zoning issues, and trying to deal with things like Airbnb, and we need our staff out there to give proper service or proper protection and management to the residents of this community. So this is money well spent, and if we get a few extra dollars from the parking meters, that's icing on the cake. The position itself is needed, and it's a nice way to do it if it's just over the summer months, and provides a bit of a stream for further staff if we get an opportunity to see some good people come through that position. But anyways, thank you for that, Carl. I think it's a great idea.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Clark. I know, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you've been waiting, but I do see Barbara's hand, so sometimes it's good to go back to staff while it's current. So Barbara, back to you, and then to Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
So just for clarification, the budget has $13,690 for this position.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, you did just point out too that it is a summer position. It would be us sort of, if you will, taking a chance. We're not hiring a full-time year-round employee with benefits and everything. It would just be, it might even be a challenge finding someone who's qualified to fit that position. But what I'm going to look for after Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and if there aren't any further comments, is a yay or nay, and then we move on to the next thing. So take it away, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, it's already been touched on. When I read this, I was hoping that the focus was actually going to be on increased security in the park, and also the parking meters, but also the medical center parking gate that has been a nuisance. It seems to break down more than it operates, and I'm hoping that this person would be trained to do repairs to that in a timely manner. So if the intent is to increase security at our parks, both the skateboard park and Head Lake Park on a weekend, then I can support this. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments? And then I'll sort of look for a show of hands to see if we keep that position in and we move on. So show of hands to keep the position in, as in the budget presented. Okay, so it's in. And were there any other questions to Carl in building and bylaw on his budget? If not, he can Councillor Donaldson, is that a question?
I just had a quick question for him. Are you, I know that the Canada Summer Jobs Program funds 50% and is up to 30 years old, except that it's due January 25th. Were you considering going for a grant for this position?
I'll leave this one to Barbara to answer. I know that we're not going for the grant only because it's not really worth the process to go through that grant for the money that we get, but I'll let Barbara answer that one.
Yes, thank you. So typically our experience is that they're very labor intense grants and the payback is not worth the staff time to submit them. There's a lot of reporting involved, and we've done this for numerous years, and we may get maybe not even $2,000 back.
Can I just
Yes,
because they've changed it in the last couple of years, and it's 50% of the minimum wage, so it's about almost $10. I think it's $7.35 an hour that you get reimbursed.
So in this case, at 13.7, it would mean to the municipality, half of that, 6,000 something. The only thing I have concern, and it's a great question to ask, is that even limiting it at age 30, because we're not calling this a summer student position, we are just calling it a summer position, a short, like a contract position, if you will. We may get someone who's retired, who has fantastic qualifications, who's just looking for something who is, 57, heaven forbid. And so I wouldn't want to limit it to the age category, which in Alberta County might be difficult when we know we have a lot of seniors here who want to work part-time. So I did see a show of hands. So if that's okay, and if there's nothing further for Carl, then we'll move on to the next department. Is that okay with everyone? Nods. Alrighty. Thanks, Carl.
Okay, so thank you. And our next presenter will be John Watson for the environment. We could bring John in and just let me know when he's ready.
Good morning, everyone. Today we'll be talking about the landfill hours, as was suggested at the last budget meeting. So I was going back and doing some research, and we changed our landfill hours recently, as you all are aware. It had been approximately 14 years since Dysart had changed its landfill hours. I'll go to the next slide, Barbara, please. So just to remind council about how and why our landfill hours did change in 2021, it stemmed from two different plans or reports that Dysart Council received. The first being the service delivery review prepared by Strategy Corp. That report did indicate that altering some of the hours of operation would, at our landfill sites, would bring about efficiencies. And then also the short-term review for municipal waste disposal sites prepared by JP2G also indicated that altering some of our landfill hours would bring about efficiencies. Dysart Council approved the changes to our landfill hours of operation in March of 2021 and reconfirmed those revised hours when the new waste management bylaw took effect on May 1st of 2021. Next slide, please. Looking specifically at the winter hours that changed, for Haliburton and West Guildford, the winter hours that changed were simply an altering of when the open and close date was to give us 5 days consecutive open. For Harcourt Landfill, 1 day was altered, it was removed, and the Thursday was moved from being an afternoon shift to being a morning shift. Kinesis Lake, 1 day was removed from operating hours. And for West Bay Landfill, no change was made. West Bay was open and continues to be open 2 days a week. Next slide, please. We looked at some of the historical vehicle counts for these three landfill sites, Harcourt, Kinesis Lake, and West Bay. So presenting here are the vehicle counts for each month, October, November, December, from 2018 to 2021. There is a little bit of variation, obviously, in terms of the vehicle counts that the sites were experiencing. Harcourt Landfill did encounter more vehicles using the site in 2021 in our winter hours. So we're effectively serving more people in less hours. We're being very efficient with our staff time. Kinesis Lake, we had a slight decrease in the number of vehicles using the sites in October, November, December compared to the previous year. And West Bay was fairly consistent with this 2021 vehicle count compared to 2020. Next slide, please. So we're presenting three different options for budget consideration. The first really is status quo, option one. So no changes to our winter hours. Harcourt, Kinesis Lake, and West Bay would remain open 2 days a week, Thursdays and Sundays. Harcourt is open 10 hours per week. Kinesis Lake and West Bay is open 14 hours each per week. Our second option, so we'll just go to the next slide, Barbara. Option two is to add days. So for example, on the Tuesday, adding a 5-hour shift, for example, to Harcourt, Kinesis Lake, and West Bay. So that would bring Harcourt up to 15 hours per week, 19 hours at Kinesis Lake, and 19 hours at West Bay. The additional cost for this is approximately $10,000, having to do with wages and benefits, redoing site signage, and also reprinting landfill cards, which would be mailed to everyone with the June tax bill, and also the mailing costs to do that. The third option that we're presenting, Barbara, if we could just move to the next slide. This is to add days, but reduce some of the hours. So for example, at Harcourt, we would reinstate that a day of 5 hours. So they would be working 15 hours per week. At Kinesis Lake and West Bay, we would add a shift of 5 hours, but reduce the other 2 days from 7 hours to 5 hours. So Kinesis Lake and West Bay would also be open 15 hours each per week. So this would bring an additional cost of $6,000 broken out into wages, redoing the landfill signage, and also having to redistribute and print new landfill cards to send to all residents with the June tax bill. And just to summarize on the next slide, Barbara, we have just summarizing those three different options. So option one, no change, no additional costs. Option two, which is adding days, is a $10,000 increase. And then option three, which is adding days but reducing some hours, brings us a price increase of approximately $6,000. All right, and any questions?
I'm just going to wait till the slide deck's down and we have full screen. So, Councillor Smith is first.
Thanks for this, John. Just a quick question for you about, have you witnessed any undue congestion at the landfills, or had reports of concerns by our staff that the number of people lined up waiting to get in on the days that were open during the winter is inordinately long? Or have you had a large volume of emails from residents, complaining about their own experience?
I've only received, I think, 1 or 2 emails from residents indicating they would like the landfill hours to be altered. We received that about all sites, including Haliburton and West Guildford. There definitely is a desire for sites to be open 24 hours a day, right? So kind of that balance between reality and what people dream would happen. In the grand scheme of things, the sites have been able to manage in terms of the vehicle flow. When people pre-sort their materials at home into their garbage and recycling, they're able to get to the sites very quickly. So it hasn't really been an undue burden, even having these increased vehicle counts at some of the sites.
So that's great to hear, John. And that's consistent with my own experience. Back in the spring of 2021, it's only a few months ago now that we were evaluating this. I had gone out to through the lake associations and said we're considering this and welcomed input from people. If I recall, I had 21 emails from people who sent me a note, reacting to the proposal, and 17 out of 21 said, yes, reduce the hours. We prefer to save the tax money, and 2 days a week in the terms of Kinesis was adequate to the residents from Redstone and Kinesis that responded. And since this has been implemented, I've had 1 or 2 notes, and they were in the early days. People forgot about the hours changing, and they went to the landfill and found out it wasn't open. But to me, we made a decision just a few months ago. I think that what we're experiencing is fair and reasonable, and that we should continue with the status quo. That is your option number 1, what we implemented earlier in 2021, and at least see it through its course for the full 2-year period that those landfill cards are in use, and allow another council to consider revisiting this. But as you noted, it's 14 years since we previously made a decision. We haven't had a lot of complaints, and so what we're doing here seems like a good balance for me in terms of effective use of tax dollars in our resources.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Donaldson.
I think it was just a few months ago that I think almost all of us got almost up to 20 emails about the Harcourt hours. So I'm not sure where that wasn't mentioned, but anyways, just a reminder that there was about 20 Harcourt residents that sent us all emails regarding the hours, and there are a lot more, and I go in there once a week maybe, and that's not the same story I get when you're actually in the landfill site. So I would be good for number 3 solution.
Okay, and I saw Councillor McKechnie and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to me, we have no problem handing out $10,000 checks for a piece of whatever you call it, gadget, which is only the people in an upper class of wealth are going to be able to afford. And our landfill sites, whatever you want to call it, is a service that we've had for a long, long time in the municipality of Dysart, like all the other municipalities. And I have had quite a few concerns, but I don't call in every time and call John and say, so-and-so called me and said that he's really upset. So I think I can also endorse option 3 at this time. But I mean, in one, we talk out of like this side of our mouth, here's $10,000. But we cut services to how many people? And that's what we're here for, is the people who voted us in. So I like to provide services, and I definitely endorse number 3 then. Thank you. Option 3.
Okay, I'm keeping track. Barbara is probably 2. Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, it's one of those recommendations maybe we made in haste last spring. Listening to the people who live in the Harcourt area and Harcourt Park, I believe that option 3, but I'd also like to see the $1,200 handled within the budget. It's a $1.6 million environmental budget. I think it could be handled internally without further impact onto our budget. So I would support option 3 with the caveat that it'd only be for $5,000 for wages and signage, and that the $1,200 landfill cards would mainly be found within the department.
That I see you, Councillor Clark, but I'm going to turn that one over to John or Barbara. It might be a little hard to do when wages are wages, hours are hours. The cards cost what they cost. So I for option 3, I don't know where else we would then ask staff quickly to find those savings. it's presented, and I didn't keep track of the exact number, but just slightly over
There's an increase.
$6,000.
We received $47,000 increase in our recycling grant. That just got absorbed, I guess, into the budget, but I think that we can find $1,200.
Okay, so I'll let Barbara or John answer that. I'm sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy, what did you want option 3, but to limit it at a certain amount?
Yeah, I was looking at just covering the wages and the signage, basically $5,000. But there must be a better solution than having to fill out whole new landfill cards and mailing. But anyways, I'll leave that for the experts.
Okay, well, I'll just ask Barbara or John to comment, please.
I think we can find the 1,200 to be absorbed in the environment budget.
Okay, so Councillor Clark was next.
Yeah, I think John's option 3 is a good solution. It's, as recognized, the Harcourt gangers are way out there, and it is a bit of an imposition. But also, I still would like to see some kind of a longer term solution through the service review stuff. I think we've got some opportunities to share some service delivery with Highlands East out in that area. And that's not going to happen this year, but for councils going forward, I think there's opportunity. But this, at least this option 3 is something in between to kind of keep, again, at least some higher level of service based on what's been expressed as necessary in that area. Thank you.
Okay, so we have several for option 3, and I think Councillor Wood Roberts, I haven't heard from you, and I haven't chimed in, but I will at the end.
Oh, if everybody proposes that option 3 is fine, it doesn't have a big impact on me at the Haliburton landfill. People go when it's open, and when it's not open, you can't go. So I haven't had a lot of communication or complaints about anything to do with the landfill in particular. And if option 3 is what's going to best service other residents of the other areas, then I'm agreed with that.
Okay, I myself live in the town, so I also use the one here in town, or West Guildford, and actually the switch to having the consecutive days closed, I think was a great move. I was more of sticking at option 1, which is because we have 2 outside experts, our service delivery review, and however you say it, JP2G, I always forget, with recommendations to look for savings. However, if we're able to do it and come in with a very slight increase of just over $4,000, as Councillor McKechnie said, it is a small amount to be able to offer those services. So option 3 with the reduction is the consensus on that item. Okay, thanks, John.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, we're moving along. So what's up next, Barbara?
Okay, we now have Jeff come in for the planning presentation, please. Let me know once Jeff is ready and I can switch my screen over.
Barbara, it looks like Parks and Rec are next on the presentation.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah. So Andrea might be next.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so now we're on to Parks and Recreation, and I will present the slides, and we also have Andrea Muller and Tamara for any questions as we work through the presentation. So here we can see our beautiful downtown Head Lake Park. So I just wanted to start off with the map of the municipality, and here you can see quite a few destinations. The little blue circles there are indicating our 28 boat launches that our park staff they maintain. And then we've also got our little green symbol here for garbage collection. This was a very interesting slide to develop because we started to really dive into what do our park staff do. In the course of the summer, in the height of the season, they are changing out daily 98 receptacles of garbage at roughly 15 different locations. So they're traveling throughout our municipality to provide this service, and obviously very important for the first impression of our community. So while they're also removing garbage in the summer, they're also cleaning washrooms. So we do have quite a few different destinations throughout the municipality. We have privies, we have the Welcome Center now is a new facility where we require daily attendance there. So again, it's our park staff that are stepping up to the plate to complete this activity here. So in the wintertime, the park staff shift to full-time snow removal at 10 different locations throughout the municipality. They start very early in the morning to make sure that the sidewalks and the entrances to well over 15 of our municipal buildings are cleared before the community wakes up. So again, very time sensitive, very important tasks. And these are tasks here that need to be done in order to keep our communities safe. They also now, they're maintaining the outdoor skating rinks. We have a few of them throughout the municipality. And again, that takes time to maintain those, get them set up. And, you know, obviously sometimes there's challenges with the weather, but still there's that task there to keep them maintained. So jumping back to our height of the season, summertime, there's a lot of work around our playgrounds and our parks. We do have quite a few playgrounds and parks throughout the municipality. And again, that takes time to maintain. And keep in mind, again, looking at the map, how spread out some of these locations are. We're traveling as far as Elephant Lake Road and then going over to Kawagama Lake. So quite a distance. So aside from our 28 boat launches, we have 7 public beaches to maintain. And we also have 2 trails to maintain, the Head Lake Trail and the Glebe Park Trail. In the summertime, along with garbage removal, we're also cutting grass at 5 different locations. So aside from the routine daily tasks, we also have building maintenance, which is some of it's routine, a lot of it's random. You know, the staff here are taking very urgent calls, and the call could be that there's a sewage backup at a community center that's located outside of the village, or there's a door smashed in. Someone has attempted to break into one of our community centers. Again, they have to coordinate their day to travel out to these locations. We've had sewage backups at some of our facilities where there's ongoing public traffic, so they have to stop to deal with that. Aside from building maintenance, the park staff are also responsible for the heavily regulated water testing. This is a quarterly activity. 12 different locations have to be tested, and that has to be done within a very strict time line. So the individual has to travel from Harcourt over to West Guildford, up to Fort Irwin, along with different locations within the village, and have that all completed by 1 o'clock in the afternoon so that water samples can be sent to the laboratory for testing. Once test results are back, this individual will revisit each water testing site and post the water test results. So each quarterly activity requires basically 2 days of staff time. So this here again is a map of the municipality, and it's just kind of laying out where our municipal buildings are and where a lot of the building maintenance takes place, and a lot of those urgent calls. So you can see water testing at West Guildford. We go up to Fort Irwin again. We're over in Harcourt and back in the village, and that all has to be done within a certain time frame. So again, I can't stress on the building maintenance, and then in the summertime, maintenance does increase for our parks. And again, we have very limited staff, and if park staff are focused on core routine tasks, it's very difficult to complete those tasks if they're being pulled away to manage urgent matters at our municipal facilities. One of the calls we had was there's no heat at the library, and we actually found out that somebody turned off the propane supply valve to the building. So, you know, it may not sound like a big thing, but we're experiencing some pretty chilly evenings here, and that could potentially turn into a major event. So the outcome of this particular call was that there was a box built around the valve so that it couldn't be compromised by any public walking by. So I just thought I'd share a couple of pictures here on projects that have happened throughout the municipality. And both of these projects here were successful through grants. So on the left-hand side, we have one of our outdoor drinking water stations at just outside of the municipal office alongside the skateboard park there. And that project there was actually supported by donations. And so another piece of capital infrastructure that is maintained by our park staff. So here we see on the left-hand side, not only did the Parks Department coordinate the installation, the sourcing and coordination of the drinking stations, the water drinking stations, they also complete maintenance on these. So in preparation of winter time, they've got to winterize these units, and I do believe we have about 5 of them throughout the municipality. On the right-hand side, we see here our new dog park that's been installed in as part of the Rotary Rehabilitation Grant that we've received through the ISIP CCR grant fund. And again, that there, not only is it the capital infrastructure that our Parks Department assisted with, they'll also be maintaining this property as well. So as our municipality grows and as we introduce new services, it also requires staff to maintain that. So as an outcome from our first budget presentation, staff were requested to provide some further details regarding the new proposed position for maintenance and facilities operator. So staff did revisit that request, and they're looking for a start date of mid-year, July of 2022. And this position here is proposing to be the right-hand support for the Director of Parks and Recreation. Primarily, this position will take on the water testing to alleviate the park staff from completing that process. This position will also facilitate overseeing the building maintenance. So when we get a call for no heat or sewage backup, this position will respond to that call, coordinate, and find resolution. So not only is it our tenants that may have inquiries about our facilities, we also have municipal staff inquiring. So rather than these requests going to various staff, we're looking to streamline that through this position here. So there's some good history here and there's good process. This position will complete building inspections and some routine building maintenance. One of the items that we have is an annual furnace inspection at all of our facilities, so that this position here would coordinate and execute that. They will also assist with capital projects. Dysart is very successful with grants. A lot of our new infrastructure in our parks area is through grant applications. We were very successful with our grant application for the Welcome Center and partnering with the local service group to complete that project. So again, we do need staff to coordinate that, and ultimately, once we have these capital projects in place, we need park staff to maintain that. And then any other duties that this position can assist with the parks and arena area as required. So why are staff proposing the new position? Our aging infrastructure is resulting in an increase of building maintenance requests. The repairs are becoming more complex. We do have a talented staff in-house where they are able to complete some repairs. However, the repairs are becoming more complex where we require coordination with contractors, sometimes that have certain certifications. So this position would coordinate that and execute that relationship with vendors. A lot of the times when we get these 911 calls, as I call them, for building issues, staff are grappling, okay, who do we call, what vendor? And this would be an opportunity perhaps to build better relationships with vendors, so we have them available as we need them. It's good to maintain the integrity of all municipally owned buildings, and through this position, that will be achieved. And then the demand for park services has grown exponentially. As I've mentioned, we've got increased garbage pickup, cleaning more washrooms, snow removal, and any participation they have in ongoing projects. So that concludes the presentation for the Parks and Recreation. And so what I'll do is I'll stop sharing my screen and then open the floor up for discussion on the position.
Okay, Councillor Clark and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you for that, Barb. I agree this position is necessary. I think what we're seeing is we've got a lot more people living in the area. You can go to the grocery stores and you'll see how many additional residents we've got in the area, but also a lot of people are visiting the area because it's not, it's not feasible or safe to visit sites in down around the metropolitan area. So they're coming up here, and that's all causing demand on our facilities, on our services. For us to be sending out management staff to back up the fact that we're running so lean on people who are supporting this is a very expensive way to do it, and it's not getting our other jobs done. So I think we've grown to the point that we have to be responsible in supporting the infrastructure and community services and attraction of people. So I think this is a good position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And Deputy Mayor Kennedy, comment?
Yeah, just a couple of things. How many FTEs do we have currently within Parks and Rec, and how many part-time are they? I keep getting mixed up between Arena and Parks and Rec. So if you could differentiate them for me, please, start with.
So in the parks, we have 2 full-time and 1 seasonal.
Okay, thanks. I'm struggling to support this position. I believe that the department needs a reorg. With the growth and the more pressures on it, I think the first step we should be doing is taking a review of who's doing what within that department, and maybe have to reassess and realign, rejig some things here. And I think this is an opportunity to do it. I would recommend maybe the personnel committee work with the department and or senior management to take a look at this department. And I agree things are growing, but we're talking $72,000 a year. And I'm struggling with that number. And so at this point, I can't support this full-time position. Thank you.
So just to note, I think that's why in draft 2 that we're looking at today, that's why the recommendation is not for the year. Yes, that's the total cost, wages and benefits for a full year. So if we do go this route for 2023, not for 2022, it would go back to the personnel committee to review the structure of all the questions that you are asking and what the job description would be. None of that's written right now, but with the only, at first I thought take that out and do that need first. But if you take it completely out of the budget, then there's no opportunity to hire within 2022 when we have knowledge of some more projects that are becoming. It's just sort of kicking the can down the road. I'd rather put some number in there, whether we change the title, whether we change the structure of Parks and Rec, but with putting nothing in there, there's nobody we can hire. And then it's basically kicking it down the road for at least minimum another year, because I doubt a new council coming in is going to make that decision like quickly. And, you're now looking at hiring of March 2023. So and we'll see if there's further comments from councillors whether to so the proposal is to keep the position in a July 1st start date at a 6-month. So I'm looking around. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. I also have reservations about bringing a person in. The dollars have gotten reduced here a little bit by just having for 6 months. But as you know, once the person's hired, we get the full cost in 2023. I think there are other opportunities that need to be looked at more carefully. We've had a senior person in this department that's been off on a short-term leave for several months. That's made things more difficult. It's not talked about in this part of the presentation, but also within the financial statements for the Parks and Recreation area of our budget. We've got a museum with 2 full-time employees and also a proposal there to hire a summer student that they haven't had the last couple of years. I'm not sure why that's necessary, but if we look at these things and in combination with the staffing at the arena, maybe there are opportunities to do things differently without loading these costs in. And so I would certainly support Deputy Mayor Kennedy's perspective that personnel committee, want to sit down with the senior staff and look at these areas, as a collective group, and say, is there something we could do differently in terms of how we fulfill our mandate in the museum? It's important that we preserve the history of our community. But does it really warrant the amount of staffing that's there today? And then we haven't had a summer student.
Councillor Smith, let's just first of all, not to interrupt you, but let's just focus on this job. And I don't even think that museum is under Parks and Rec. So we'll be talking about that position. We'll be talking about that department later. So just on this position, if you don't mind to comment on it, not to get off track. Thank you. You can continue if on this position, then I'll look to other councillors.
Well, I've said I don't support this position being added, and I'd as I said, agree with the Personnel Committee ought to look at all of these things. And in our financial statement, Parks and Recreation, the recreation area does include the museum.
Okay. So we'll just talk about this then at this time, this position. Councillor Wood Roberts next.
Well, I agree with you. I think that we should put something in for this. I also agree with Councillor or Deputy Mayor Kennedy that we need to sort out who does what, so that there's there's better defined job descriptions for who does what, and then from there go with what do we need someone to actually do, and then that way you're going to get the best person to do that specific job. But I would like to put something in the budget toward this.
As a placeholder, like I say, the title could change, the job description could change, but without some kind of amount of something in the budget, it eliminates even having, I mean, the Personnel Committee could have that conversation, but it eliminates the wiggle room to hire anyone within the 2022 year.
Yes.
That's the only drawback. I did see another hand. Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, this one here I've thought long and hard about, needless to say, like we all have. I have a lot of feelings, very passionate about our community. And to me, we've gone through a lot in the last 2 years with this COVID. And I think the reason that the municipality of Dysart is so successful is because we've been so fiscally responsible over the last 10, 20, 30 years. I'm not trying to put down the other municipalities, but we're in the shape we are because of the council's decisions and administration people we've had over the years. This is a position that you could argue we definitely need. I understand that. And I like the idea that you said earlier in the meeting, Mayor Roberts, that we're going to be meeting again in February. I would like to make my decision on this at a later date when I see where a lot of the numbers that still might come in. And I would definitely, I was originally thinking I was not for it at all because I'm not for any type of a huge increase this year. I really think there's a lot of hardships out there in our municipality, and but I would like to make my own. I don't want to sound like a hypocrite here. I like what Pat said, and I also like what you said in regard to putting something in. I hope that we can all agree to. This is just my opinion, that we could agree to make finalize this decision in February.
Okay, so I'm keeping a tally. I've got yes, no, and a maybe. So I'll put you in as the maybe. And that's a good way to do it, is to sort of like, let's shelve that because we're trying to look at the overall picture. So we're going to hear now from Councillor Donaldson. Go ahead.
Yeah, I ditto Nancy, that we should have something in there. So it doesn't eliminate it completely. And also to find out exactly what they're really going to do.
Sorry, just hitting my mute button. Okay, so I've put you in as a yes and putting that in as a placeholder, but still with knowledge that the Personnel Committee has the time to do the analysis on the sort of organizational review of that whole department, what the job description would be, etc. Councillor Clark.
Oh, no, I agree. It needs some review, and a placeholder would be a great way to approach it. Over the short term, we may have some other options in terms of contractors or whatever to pick up some of the slack, but that needs some review by the Personnel Committee. But a placeholder would satisfy my interest in this. Thanks.
Go back to Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, you made some good arguments. Just for clarification, that wouldn't be a guarantee of a new position though, correct?
Let's Tamara answer that one.
My suggestion was that we, as Andrea noted, that we put in a placeholder for it and that it take the time to work it through personnel and address all the questions you've asked and take some good time at it, get it evaluated properly and so forth. I do feel it's an absolutely necessary role given the amount of capital projects we know we have coming into parks this year with grants that we've been successful at. If we don't have this support, we're pretty much may as well stop writing them because we don't have the implementation capability. And just since this meeting started, as an example, we've had 2 emergency calls on different buildings in terms that our staff have had to go address. So we're texting in the background while we're meeting here, trying to solve building issues. We've got old buildings. We've constantly been criticized for not being proactive with their maintenance, and we get about 20 minutes to respond before there's a catastrophe from furnaces breaking down and water not running. And yesterday we had water pipes leaking in the arena behind the walls. Like, it's just nonstop.
Yeah, -30 to 0 and back to -30 and back to 0 is not good for buildings and furnaces and all those things. I did have a couple more questions, and one of them is, would this position, did they require a vehicle and a desk/office? Is there facility? Like, I suppose all that could be worked through the personnel, but would there be any additional costs other than what we're proposing putting in at this point?
I don't see that at this point. We're looking, as you said, we'll address those reorganization questions, but I don't see a separate vehicle or anything at this point required.
Okay,
Unless
so what,
Barbara, do you have something different to say there?
I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of extra costs there. Maybe a computer and we'd have to finalize that through the complete evaluation.
okay, so if we think of this more as a placeholder than committed to hiring this exact position as described, generally the personnel committee comes back to council with a recommendation. It doesn't mean it's a done deal. We would work within the parameters. We might get a job description and then take it to our pay equity and analyze that it's actually, not at this rate. It should be up at this rate. So we would work through that, and council would later throughout the year have an opportunity to comment on the job description and organizational structure and all of that. Is that correct, Tamara? Yeah. So again, think of it more as a placeholder. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, just for clarification, we probably going to lame duck in July. If we put the placeholder in, that wouldn't affect that, would it? Is that my understanding now? It is a financial position, but if it's if we're considering in the budget, it wouldn't be.
Let's ask the clerk. I'm pretty sure that would be okay because it's not a capital expenditure.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not capital and it's worked within the budget and it's staff. We can't approve expenditures. I believe it's over $50,000 once we're in lame duck or something like that. Yeah, and I don't recall when that date starts. It's after the close of nomination or something like that. July, end of July, whatever the dates are. So Mallory will be reminding us of that as the year goes through. So I definitely had for support for a yes, with the concept that it's a placeholder and that the personnel committee would report back to council. So we'll move on that item and keep that in. Okay. There's lots more in this department for conversation. So Barbara, I guess I'll turn it back to you to see where we're at in that.
Sorry to interrupt. Could I just ask a quick question?
Absolutely. Oh, is it
So
time?
does this mean that, like, let's just say that when we finalize our budget in February, right? That there are some more positives than we realized, and could we not make this decision on this position? It is an important position. We all understand that. But I mean, I'm just trying to be really fiscally responsible at this time. And I just don't want to say no right now. And I don't want to say yes right now. That's where I feel. So like, who knows whether we're going to have a surplus.
And that's okay. So what I'm doing sort of on each item is running a tally. And if we have consensus that it was, let's decide later, but there was actually 4 of us who decided that we want to keep it in as a placeholder. So.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
No problem. I understand, totally.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Just on that concept, these are, opinions you're gathering today, but nothing is concluded. There are bigger questions associated with this budget. There are, significant questions, and, you can get a consensus on something today, but it'll be February. It could even be March before we finalize the budget. And at our February meeting, council could say, wow, this thing is still at 5.5%. That's way too much. And we're going to pull some of these things out. Is that fair?
It's a very fair point. What I'm looking to do today with this consensus concept is for Barbara to be tallying those and have that chart form when we go to our draft 3 date, and she'll say, facilities, what are we calling this position, manager, and show that column. That does not mean it can't come back out again if we make a decision, but it's just giving her guidance. Otherwise she'd say, did they want that or they didn't want that? We've got to put it in there to show where that number will be for final or for draft 3. Is that fair? Does everybody understand that sort of this concept of, yes, consensus says put it in there. That gives Barbara that ability to know what we're doing. Okay, I am looking at the time, 10:35, but I want to kind of keep rolling and finish Parks and Rec before we take a first break, if that's okay with everybody. So we'll go back to other questions, comments in Parks. Barbara, I'm going to turn it back to you to see where we're at with that.
Okay, yeah, just a couple of other items I thought I would mention under the Parks and Rec area. Initially we proposed a digital sign at the Welcome Center that has been removed from the budget for $10,000. And since our last meeting, the Dysart Library branch is requesting an air purifier for the administration office, which they lease from the municipality. And so that there is roughly about $3,000, and proposing to draw that from our Safe Restart. So the net impact on the levy is nil.
Tamara, go ahead.
Just a note on the digital sign. Andrea and Jennifer and I met the other day and did some preliminary work on another grant that's available that we might be able to include that in as a potential if everybody's supportive of that. Without cost to Dysart, I mean.
Yeah, I think we just have to determine location. I mean, personally, when I was on the sign bylaw committee when we first drafted a first sign bylaw, part of it was to keep our downtown looking, let's call it clean and classy, and didn't want a lot of lit signs. The one at the arena is outside of that, as you're leaving out of town. So, I just have reservations about a digital sign there in general. So, but maybe we'll have that conversation after.
I think the wiring is there in the end of the building. Yeah, we have to put in the grant in the next 2 weeks to apply. So we have a very short time.
So can we discuss that at our council meeting or no? That's too late.
It'll be too late probably, but if you don't want us to include that, we don't have to. I just thought because we weren't budgeting, we'd try and see if we could get it a different way.
Good point. Okay, so I guess we should make a decision on that. Personally, I don't want to see an electronic sign on that beautiful new building, but that's me. So I'll look around. Does anyone want to even apply for grant for digital sign there? Put up your hand if you want to apply for a digital sign. 1. So I guess don't bother applying for a sign at this point. Okay, sorry about that. So what else in Parks and Rec did people want to talk about? And Councillor Smith noted the museum, and I'm sorry, I thought that was in, I thought we had a separate section to do with culture, and that was under another department, like another section, but. Was there anything else in Parks and Rec then? So, or can we talk, is the museum in Parks and Rec?
It is part of the recreation and culture segment of our budget.
Okay, so let's have that conversation now then, if that's okay, because Councillor Smith did raise it. For some reason, I thought, you know, culture like was in another little section. And say, look at it. So Councillor Smith, did you want to go back to your comment regarding a staff position there?
Oh, sure. Thank you. You know, as was reported at the last review when, you know, Kate from the museum gave her report, she hasn't had a summer student for the last 2 years. And there are 2 full-time staff there. There's a request for, you know, significant tax subsidy to the museum. And it seemed to me that, you know, we could forego the summer student again this year. And as I talked about at the previous meeting, it seems to me there ought to be alternative sources of funding for the museum than simply the property taxpayer. And, you know, there was a request for funds to do some restoration work on Reed House, for example. And so, you know, I put the summer student forward first as the first one to say there's, I think it was $16,000 in her budget that, you know, we could take out associated with that position. Would be my own perspective anyway.
Okay, so that's great that we brought Kate in just for clarification, because I don't have that able to grab that quickly in front of me. Is it, can someone look up if it is $16,000? And at that same time, Kate, we'll turn it over to you to comment on the necessity of a summer student.
Sure. So yes, the last couple of years, the museum hasn't had a summer student, and that's been primarily just because the general situation with COVID. There's been a lot of uncertainty. So we felt it hasn't been best plan to apply for, put a position out for a summer student for the last couple of years. This year, because 2022 is seen widely, it's going to be a year of recovery, and we could ramp up more in terms of our in-person and expecting to see you know, more in-person visitors. We've certainly been busy the last couple of summers, but we're expecting to see even more and more programming. It's thought that having a summer student again, because we used to, you know, we would previously we had some student, and
Kate, sorry to interrupt you.
Comes
Do you mind?
from
Kate?
municipality, and some of it would come from Young Canada Works.
Kate, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you're lagging a little bit, and I wonder if maybe if you turned, you see your face, but if you turned your video off, we might be able to just, well, let's just try that. Sorry to interrupt your train of thought there, but it was difficult to hear. And you're frozen.
Sure, no worries. Does that?
Yes, so far so good. Thanks.
Are we better there?
Okay, yes, it's better. No yeah, carry on. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, we were just thinking that. No worries. Yeah. So we did feel that it'd be worthwhile to think about having a summer student again this year. Now, all that said, you know, if it's you know, we could manage a summer student. We could. We have the last couple of summers, and would possibly mean that we wouldn't be able to do, we could manage, and I mean, that would be a cost saving. We could take that out.
Okay, so I'll look to staff to see what the line is there for how much a summer student is. Barbara, go ahead.
So that position is $11,100.
Okay, so Councillor Smith has put that proposal on the table to not hire a summer student to help offset the costs. At the Reed House costs are necessary, or else we that house will just go into complete disrepair. In fact, probably next year there'll be more. And I've mentioned I would love to see some kind of either Friends of the Reed House or some kind of support, and I'll be bringing forward that to our next Glebe Park Committee. So let's go to Tamara next, and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I just want to make note with the museum student that our museum staff are forfeiting vacation again this year because they can't get it off during the prime periods when the museum is operating. And if it is going to be operating fully this summer, it'll be the same thing, and we're going to get further behind because there's a lot of work goes on there besides just answering the door for people as they come in as well. Steve's quite often, it's a big grounds. They spread all the way across Glebe Park. The curator might be out working in those while the director's in the museum. If she's got a meeting to attend for something else, that leaves really tight for everything. So I do think the student is important to the museum. It's been there for the last 20 years. It's not a new role there.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, thoughts?
Yeah, just on the Reed House renovations, and maybe I'll save this for a review when we get to grants, but the Canada Community Building Fund has a number of 18 different subsections, and it's somewhere, one of them is in the recreation for, where have I got it here? Restoring heritage sites. So I'm wondering if staff have looked at that museum Reed House roof replacement might be eligible under that grant. So I may say that because there's a number of other opportunities, I believe, within that community building fund, recreation, culture, fire stations, roads and bridges, or there may be some other opportunities to save. So I don't know how you want me to focus on Reed House now. I also am not supportive of a summer student for the museum this year. They'll have to make do. Sorry.
Okay, so yeah, I think they were two different things. That's a great point about the other thing, but I do think because Councillor Smith has put that on as you know, we did get by. It wouldn't be ideal, as Tamara has pointed out, but would be an $11,000 savings. In terms of vacation time, I mean, we're closed right now. I know January, when it's -30, is not the best time to take vacation, but that would have to be worked out within the department. So just on the summer student, which would be a savings of approximately $11,000, can I look to see if there are people who support Councillor Smith's recommendation or want to speak to it? Councillor Clark, is that a support? Support, Councillor McKechnie? Yeah, well, that's enough. So sorry, Kate, I know we can hear you, but we can't see you at this point. So I believe that would be a reduction then. And I had some consensus. Again, that'll be, you know, we're making, just as Councillor Smith said in the last item, we're giving direction to staff to put that in. So we see a draft 3, we can have a change of heart at our February meeting and say no, but at this point, then we'll be able to get a new, let's call it percent levy after a draft 3 when we meet these. So it's just putting that in there for now. It's not set in stone. Can we talk now about the Reed House and opportunities for using our other funds? Barbara, do you want to answer Deputy Mayor Kennedy's comments?
I understand as far as grants go. The Canada Community Build Fund is core infrastructure assets as far as I know. I'll look into it. I'm not, it may be a different stream of the grant funding, but I'll have to look into that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking, Barb, was just clarification, because I looked it up online and I think I got the right grant. There's so many grants that have very, very similar wording. So it's just a question about that. Under that, the Reed House, I was thinking about the roof there, because it does say restoring natural heritage sites. So the Rails End Gallery, soffit and fascia would also probably fit under that, getting way off topic. So there's other departments that might be affected if what I'm looking at is correct online. So I'll make that caveat. I can send you the link that I had that I looked at to see. You call it the Canada Build Fund, and then there's the Community Building Fund.
Yeah.
So I may be getting mixed up with some of these. So please forgive me. It is confusing, probably by intent by our federal government. Thank you.
So if you can just send me the link, then that will clarify which fund you're looking at. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's great. So for now, just in terms of that, chart that we get for a draft 3, the summer student comes out. We'll keep the Reed House in for now. Barbara will look at opportunities if there are, because it was a lot easier when they just called it gas tax, roads and bridges, sidewalks, infrastructure. But anyway, we'll look into that, and if not, but I don't think that this is the end of the request for the Reed House. So I think going forward, that is something that we could be looking into, and our outbuildings as well. And they are so beautiful and widely appreciated and used. As I live right near here, and people walk through them all the time. So, we're going to have to maintain those aging buildings. So I think that was okay on the museum. Any other questions while we have Kate still with us? Councillor Smith?
Just your summary, you didn't mention the concept of this going back to the Glebe Park Committee, but something that we've talked about, something I've raised in the past. Is there a way of rallying support in the community for those that are fans of these things? You say they're beautiful buildings. Lots of our taxpayers never go and admire them. They don't care about them, and they wonder why they're picking up the cost of them. Meanwhile, services that are important to them don't get funded by the community. So, there needs to be some balance in this. And so, are you going to take that to the Glebe Park Committee and find out a mechanism by which we can identify if there is support in the community, as opposed to us as elected officials just saying, well, we're going to write a check with your tax dollars?
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to ask for it to be on the agenda. Councillor Wood Roberts is the chair of that. I honestly can't remember our next meeting date. It's bi-monthly, and with over the Christmas holidays and whatnot, I don't remember the next day that it lands, but I will bring that forward. And, like anything, when we do sort of external fundraising within the municipality, it doesn't benefit everyone. I have personally never skated at the skateboard park. I don't think I ever will. I was heavily involved in the fundraising for the skateboard park because I think it adds value to our community. So whether you use something or you don't use something, if you believe that it adds value to the community, I think we just need to beat the drum and see if there's a champion for that, to say, and look at the full cost of the Reed House and the protection of those buildings are above and beyond the general municipal budget, annual operating budget. So that's what I will bring forward, that agenda item, and see. But if we don't have members of the community, I do not feel it is staff's job to fundraise. So that's Councillor McKechnie.
Where am I? Thank you. I agree with what you just said there, Mayor. When we start making comments like Mr. Councillor Smith just did in regard to, he has all kinds of people who don't use the museum. Well, like you just said there, that's not the way you run a municipality or the way you run a community. These are called services to the community. These are important issues, whether it's the museum, whether it's the Rails End Gallery, whether it's the sculpture forest, whether it's the arena, whatever it is. These are things that make us a wonderful community. So I definitely think we have to preserve the Reed House. So thank you.
Okay, so I think we have everything for museum though for today. And I know that we're past due for a break. So I'm just going to look back to Barbara to see, are there any other things within this department, or if there's several things, then let's take a break and we'll come back. If not, where are we at with this department?
Yeah, I have no other information to add at this time. So unless council has anything, I think we've wrapped up Parks and Rec.
Okay, so do I have to compliment you on those slides. I had not seen those before, the visual slides at the very beginning of this segment in terms of the buildings, facilities, boat launches, 98 garbage cans to change. I mean, the fact is, we know with the influx of people here that those services are only going to increase. And, you know, I've seen it with my own eyes. People take either clean out their vehicle or a small bag of household garbage and, you know, think they're very respectfully placing it beside a receptacle in Head Lake Park. That's not where it belongs. But, you know, our Parks and Rec staff have to deal with an awful lot. You know, we owe it to keep that service up to par as well, especially you know, those new washrooms, which are heavily used. So thank you for those slides at the beginning. Did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and I just want to thank staff for helping to prepare them. We went right back to the people on the ground to give us some of those statistics, so they are real numbers.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, well, this is a good time to take a, let me look at what time I have here, 10:55. So let's take a good, is 15 minutes okay? Is that long enough? Okay, so you can do mute and camera off, and we will reconvene at 11:10.
Mayor Roberts, we're live.
Okay, thank you for that, Lori. So we are back after our recess, and I'm going to turn it back over to Barbara to see what section we're doing next.
Okay, now we can move on to planning, and we'll bring Jeff into the meeting.
Excuse me, Andrea. It's not that I'm going to all of a sudden disappear, but oh, am I gone?
Nope, I hear you.
Are we going to be finished by 2 o'clock? Do you think?
I certainly hope so.
Okay. No,
yeah.
I mean, I got an appointment at 2 o'clock, but I can cancel it.
No, let's keep that in mind. I'd like to be finished by then. It's hard for me.
I just want to make you. I want to make you aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate that comment or thing. There is Jeff. I see him.
Good morning. Would you like me to begin?
Yeah, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. So today I'm presenting version 2 of the Planning and Land Information Department budget. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as you may recall, the big ask from the planning department this year is an additional staff person to help meet the demand caused by the substantial increase in development proposals and applications. So in December, council asked staff whether revenues anticipated from increased permit activity and updated fees would cover the costs of this position. So based on that request, I processed two different scenarios. I went back to the drawing board. The first scenario calculated revenues using updated fees as being discussed in the service delivery review process. And those fees combined with the same application numbers proposed in my original budget. And just as a reminder for council, those 2022 projected numbers are based on a 3-year average of application numbers. The second scenario calculated revenues using updated fees combined with the application activity experienced last year in 2021. The results from the first scenario posed a 14% increase to the planning budget. However, the results from the second scenario actually pose a 2% decrease to the overall planning budget. So going through those scenarios, the numbers are really encouraging. Having said that, and while I'm confident that that second scenario should occur, there are uncertainties. And as shown on the slide, when will the fees be updated? And will those permit numbers stay at that level? So there are some uncertainties. Therefore, today I'm proposing a budget based on a third scenario. The scenario is safer, and I think council can be comfortable with the projected outcome. The proposal is for the requested position to start in July 1st as opposed to January 1st. And the only other amendment is a fee update to include a pre-consultation fee. Currently, this service is being provided at no cost. The goal of this scenario is just to delay the start date until until that service delivery process proceeds and the fees are increased. I have prepared a few more slides, and in those slides, I'll just provide some more information to support this scenario. So next slide, please. Application numbers, again, so this chart indicates the planning application numbers. I'm providing this basically as a refresher for council only, as the numbers proposed haven't changed from last month. I do direct council to the drastic increase in application activity for 2021, which is the middle column. Also, there are the projected numbers for 2022, which again are based on a 3-year average of application numbers. As mentioned, indications again point to that permit activity maintaining those inflated numbers from 2021, but again, the proposed budget uses the 3-year average. So next slide, please. So this chart indicates the resulting revenues from the planning applications and shows the proposed revenues for version 1 and version 2 of the proposed budget. Again, only one change is being proposed, and that's the addition of a pre-consultation fee. The proposed pre-consultation fee is $450. Based on the average number of pre-consultations for the last 2 years, I'm anticipating a roughly 28 pre-consultation requests for a total of $12,600. Next slide, please. This chart combines and compares the revenues over the proposals in the last year. So similar to the application activity, you can see revenues were up approximately 82% last year. As per the graph, the 2022 proposed revenues indicate a modest increase of 42% over the 2021 budget. And then version 2, which I'm proposing today, with the addition of the pre-consultation fee, calculates a generous increase of 62.5% over last year's proposed budget. Next slide, please. So I've skipped expenses, legal GIS training. They remain as proposed last month and have not been included in this presentation. I'm just going to jump right to the bottom line to view the impacts of the amended proposal. This slide provides the overall planning budget in chart form. Version 1 is presented last month, proposed a net increase of 21%, or just shy of $82,000. Version 2 today, by delaying the start date of the position and incorporating that pre-consultation fee, proposes a net increase of 9%, or just over $33,000. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide, and it basically just summarizes the values provided in the previous slide in tabular or just in text form. So yeah, that basically concludes my presentation. I'm happy to discuss the scenarios that I went through and answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, so I've got full screen again. Councillor Clark was first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Jeff, looks interesting, and especially, I guess, the planning technician should provide a little bit more opportunity to. I'm hoping to be a little more proactive. We've got some, we've got some huge issues in the township with regard to planning around the village of Halbert itself, with regard to properties and those kind of things that we can use for new housing. So I guess my hope is that we get a chance to be a little bit more proactive with the additional staff that you've got. I know it's been a difficult time with the fact that we've got COVID and we've not been able to have public meetings, but I think we do have to get ahead of some of the issues that are happening in the community around everything from housing to some of our parks and rec to the other things. So hopefully that's within what the mandate of what you've got with that new position. Thank you.
Okay, interesting comment. Just to your comment, Councillor Clark, about COVID, the funny thing is for some things like this budget meeting, we're getting used to it, the dynamics, we knew each other before. So yes, we're not sitting in a room and having a real coffee break, but we are getting our business done. But particularly for things like committee of adjustment, other public planning meetings, it's actually, I think, a better way to go is to be online. So COVID has forced us to do that, but we've seen that people who are able, if they're applying for a minor variance, but their permanent residence is in the GTA, they are still able to attend a meeting on Wednesday at 11 o'clock and not have to make a special trip, and people are able to comment from wherever. So I actually think COVID has forced us. There's not very much good that's come from it, but anyway, it's forced us in this way. So that's good. And yes, the planning department has been excessively busy and will continue to be so, I believe. I know it's always hard to project revenue when it comes to things like planning and even in our building department, but I did see another hand, which was Councillor Smith. Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. And Jeff, thanks for your work on this. I think that you've made some important progress here in terms of bringing this closer to where it needs to be. A question for you, I don't know if it's you or Barbara, but your numbers for 2021, you'd budgeted for revenues of $63,000. It came in at $114,000. Your projection $114,000. So there's $51,000 there. Where did that money go?
Sorry, could you explain that 51,000 again? I'm just pulling up that chart so that I could look at it.
Well, your chart here that has application revenues on it says your 2021 budget was $62,800. And you're projecting that you'll finish 2021 with $114,232. So in other words, incremental revenues compared to your budget of about $51,000, just over $51,000. So what happens to that money? Where does that go?
That might be a question for Barbara. The application, that is just strictly revenue received from application costs so that it goes into the planning revenue account.
I'll let Barbara answer that. There may be a flip side to expenses, because when people apply, they pay the fee, but then they're usually the fee is covering the cost. It could be advertising, it could be peer review, it could be, I don't know. So it might not be able to, that we can quickly answer that question, but I believe there would be a complimentary expense to that. I don't think it's a fully plus $50,000 revenue. Barbara, did you want to sort of speak to that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so any sort of, increase or decrease in revenue from budget gets absorbed into the municipal operating budget in general. So in this case here, Jeff is presenting on the 2022 budget version 2. a net impact on the levy, and the net is the total expenses less the revenue of $421,000. So hypothetically, in 2022, all of a sudden, if he generates an additional $20,000 revenue over what was budgeted, then that net impact on the municipal levy would be $401,000. So any plus or minus is what gets absorbed into the municipal budget, operating budget.
Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, as I said, there's some progress here, but Jeff is still proposing a budget that has a bottom line increase of 9%, $33,000 on his net budget. And, you know, that's better than the 21% that we're looking for, he was looking for last month, but it's 9% still a big number. And so, and I recognize, you know, Jeff, you've made the comments previously, you're very conservative in estimating the amount of revenue that you'll get. And so I accept that. But, you know, if your experience in 2022 is similar to what it was in 2021, when your revenues came in $51,000 higher than budget, you know, if we could be a little more aggressive, if you like, in projecting the number for 2022, that 9% could become an even smaller number. And particularly, you know, if most of the increase in revenue, the $51,000 that you experienced in 2021, if most of that is retained by the municipality and doesn't get spent on something else, you know, our planning department budget need not have an increase here of 9%, is really what I'm driving at. And I'm looking for some confirmation to that. And then I'm going to suggest that you be, you know, if you're going to get this increased staffing, and that you be more aggressive. Just as, you know, if somebody's running a, you know, a retail store on Highland Avenue, and somebody says, well, I'd like to have more space, more floor space in the store, or I'd have more staffing. The owner's going to say, well, you know, how much are you going to commit to in terms of increased sales? And it's a similar concept here. So if we've got that $51,000 left over from you know, 2021, and it just didn't get spent by some other department, you know, as I said, be a little more aggressive in 2022, and then I could you know, potentially support this staffing increase. But if we're not going to be willing to kind of step up on the revenue side, you know, why should we lock in the you know, the increased staffing?
Okay, Jeff, did you want to comment, or Barbara
Sure.
Comment on that?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and historically, as I've mentioned, we always like to use the 3-year average when projecting our numbers. It's a bit more certain. However, I am confident, based on the trends, that those numbers are going to stay a bit higher. One thing I should note too, when I was running those 2 previous scenarios, both of them had the start date for the staff person still at January 1st, which obviously isn't going to happen. And in that second scenario, the one thing we're not talking about in this, the version I'm proposing today, is all the other updated fees that are going to occur at some point this year too. So I suppose we could be a bit more aggressive, and I think it would make our numbers look a lot better. However, I've always come in with a bit more of a reserved approach. So I look for direction from council, and I'm happy to adjust those numbers.
Okay, so we sort of have 2 issues here. One is on the, you know, projecting revenues to increase, which is, I mean, if we have a bumper year, do we just say, great, let's plan for another bumper year? I mean, it very likely could be, but you never know that can just stall, and then we've counted on that money. And as I pointed out, there might be some corresponding expense there that isn't necessarily shown. So I'm not 100% sure on that one. I do think that the position, the job position, whether we change the line on increasing revenues or not, could just be a guessing game. But I think the bigger question is the position starting at the 6th month. That is one that commits us to a year-round full-time position. I wonder if we may have an opportunity in that department to hold off on this hiring of this position at a July 1st start date and to reevaluate it at a later time without putting the placeholder, without them not probably making very much sense. But there may be opportunities for growth within the department in the near future that I think I would support actually removing that position even for a July 1st start date at this point, which is not to say that you are very busy and not to acknowledge the pressures that the planning department has. It's just future thinking. So I'll look to other councillors to discuss the job request. Councillor Clark.
If you don't have the position in place, you don't have the opportunity to generate the additional revenue. So it's, it's penny wise and pound foolish, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, perhaps. Other councillors' thoughts on this position? Do we keep it in as a July 1st start date? Do we take it out? Do we modify? Councillor Wood Roberts.
Sorry.
You went back on mute. Go back on. There you go.
Is it working now?
Yep.
So this is, I have a couple questions. So what sort of educational requirements does this position need? And would it be at all helpful if this position was to maybe start like September 1st so we can see how the summer goes? I know you are extremely busy in your department and there is no one to do that initial contact with. So that takes up a lot of very valuable time for you and Chris, right? Like your time is of more value doing other things. I think it's important that we certainly look at this position because it's going to hopefully increase revenue, but it's also increasing the productivity of you and Chris in processing files and stuff. I'm sure you're busy enough that it is a bit difficult to get back to people in a very timely manner and answer all their questions. I'm sure developers have a ton of questions. It's very time consuming for you guys.
Yes, thank you. And that's one of the reasons why we really want to incorporate this pre-consultation fee, and we're going to do it regardless of the outcome of today's meeting. Good question. So I'll start with the education requirement. And I have prepared just a draft job description for this position. They will require post-secondary education in planning or some closely related field. The reason for this is right now, our planning administrative clerk is the primary point of contact for phone calls, emails, but without some sort of planning background, it's nothing to take away from that staff person. They're working more to just answer those calls and pass them on to the appropriate staff. So the hope here is that this person will act as the primary point of contact and be able to answer a good percentage of those calls. So that's a big component of this position. Both you and Mayor Roberts have raised some good concepts. I'll admit I initially thought that the transition of that parental leave position into this position made sense. However, I do have concerns that if we wait, there will be delays. It is a capacity issue, so staff can only process so many applications to keep that revenue. So when approaching the budget and my staffing requests, my focus was on maintaining a level of service required to meet that existing demand. However, I do understand that council is facing various difficult decisions today.
Appreciate that, Jeff. Councillor McKechnie was next.
Thank you. I would just like to sit on the fence again. I don't want to say that I'm like to endorse this position, but I understand totally where Jeff's going with planning, and it is a big issue. We got a lot of things going on, and I think it's only going to get busier. but I still would like to delay my decision until the end of February, whether we start them in July or start them in September, or we don't start them at all. So that's just where I sit. I just think that we should see where we're going to be at with our levy, and I would just I'm sort of sound so undecided, but I'm just thinking about our municipality, and I understand all the Jeff's needs and all his staff, and I know how important planning is, but I think we're in a position here to really reevaluate it come February. Whether I'm definitely not in favor of January 1st. Of course, that horse left the barn, but even July or September down the road. So, thanks very much.
Okay, thanks. I've marked that as a maybe. Tamara, do you want to weigh in? I see you took your mic off.
Yeah, I was just going to note again, it comes down to service delivery, and the files in the department are getting busier, and I'm sure you all get calls when staff can't answer calls quickly enough. And I get a lot of emails through the info address that are just not even just developers, but just the general inquiries because of all the real estate development in the last couple of years. Like every day there's 20 emails asking, can I build on this lot? What's like just demanding like a whole list of compliance answers basically. And there's just no time to respond to anyone.
Okay, thanks for that. Hear from other councillors to yes, no, or like Councillor McKechnie, maybe. So let's Councillor Donaldson.
I don't think that Jeff would be asking for help if he didn't need it. So, and it is one of the busier departments, and there is lots of things happening. So I vote for Jeff.
Okay, and I believe Councillor Clark, I should mark you on as a yes as well, right? Yeah, okay. And I was thinking yes, but down the road, so not in the 2022 budget, only because of some opportunities that may come about, as Jeff referenced, in the current structure of the planning department. So, you know, and who knows who will be sitting at this table this time next year to be able to make that decision or to have that come forward at a December budget meeting. But anyway, that's I'm more of a yes, but later. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm yes, but later. And so I'm supportive of putting this in as a placeholder, similar to what we did for the last position. Take a look at this when more of the dust is settled. Certainly agree that the planning department needs some more help. Just a matter of timing for me and opportunities that may be within the department.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. As we'll say, they're not a hard no, it's just a no at this time. Councillor Wood Roberts, did I get your comment in there?
I agreed with it, perhaps for a September start date when you can kind of review who can do what.
Okay. I'm missing a Councillor Smith. I can't recall whether, are you a yes, no, or a maybe?
Well, I guess you'd put me as a maybe because I'm not prepared to support it under the current conditions. And so I'd like to hear more from Jeff about the revenue increase. The problem I have is the 9%. To have a department's budget going up by 9% is problematic, and I understand where you are coming from about other opportunities with staff situations. That could be a very sensible outcome, frankly. But then I'd want to know from Jeff, what's the impact of that? As everyone's alluded to, planning is very busy. There's a lot of things going on. I don't want to jeopardize important developments for our community. And so if we end up waiting a full year, what's the impact of that on those potential developments? I think we need to consider that. And then are there alternative approaches that could solve that problem in terms of if he said, well, this is going to hold up this development. We said, well, we don't want to do that. Is there a different way than bringing a permanent staff member on in July, for example, as opposed to potentially early in 2023? I don't know what his options may be in that respect.
Okay, so we've heard from every counselor, and so while sort of 2 were a maybe, 3 were a yes, and 2 were a no, I could lean easily to the maybe. So I'll look to see if Councillor or Deputy Mayor Kennedy to the maybe. So that's going to be in your chart as a question mark with additional information for our next budget meeting from Jeff. I think that's a great way to go. Tamara, you want to add to that?
I was just going to say, did you want us to put it in a similar way that we did with the parks position, where we put the budget in for a certain amount of the year and then work it through the personnel and make sure everything's how everyone wants it?
I think personnel would work it out, but I think at this point for the next budget, we decided yes for that placeholder for the other job.
Okay.
For this job, I think it's more of a cost benefit analysis to determine whether we put money in for this year or we say no and let a future council at their December council meeting, like let Jeff put that request in at the December 2022 budget meeting. That's what we're looking at. Is there a benefit? Like Councillor Smith just pointed out, if there's we don't want to hold things up, but there may be because of the particular staffing complement. So, you know, sometimes maybe just waiting those 6 months to 3 months might be the right solution in this situation. And we'll know that better, you know, when we hear further. Jeff will have more time to consider it. So it's a maybe. Anything else in planning? I think that was really the increased revenues were, but it's all tied up together. So I think really that's probably it for planning. Barbara, you concur?
Yep.
Okay, so thanks, Jeff. We're not trying to make you beg for the job. We're just trying to do our due diligence as council and also look at the full picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay, so so that's it for planning, and we'll move on to our next department.
So that's it for the departments. The full presentation has now been concluded. So Mayor, I didn't know if you wanted to open up the floor for any other questions.
Well, I definitely do. So let's there was some questions in fire. There was an opportunity to increase the budget for wages. So let's start with that one. Let's start with that comment. So we had it in our slide deck here that if we increase the hourly rate to bring it up more in comparison with the neighboring municipalities, that would be an additional $20,000 to our budget. So I'm going to open up to the floor to see if that's in, out, or maybe. And I saw Deputy Mayor Kennedy first.
Well, I recognize the firefighters should be comparable raise wages. I believe that we could do this in 2 steps. I would recommend a $1.25 increase this year. And I don't know if we can enforce the next council to also implement a $1.25 increase in 2023, but also then in the future that firefighter wages then become part of the regular wage reviews. So we don't run into this situation again. So my recommendation would be a $1.25 in 2022 and a $1.25 in 2023 an hour. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a good start on the table. I'm just going to confer with Barb that the wage they do receive COLA or 1.5 or whatever we do. They do increase incrementally year over year. They were just under. Is that correct, Barbara?
Yeah, in the past few years they have been getting COLA, but the base was really undervalued. Yeah.
So this is bringing the base up, but I just wanted to confirm they are getting the COLA increase, cost of living. So Deputy Mayor Kennedy has that on the floor to do this incrementally. That's the second question to you, Barbara. Is that possible to, through resolution or however, to ensure that a future council would, if we did only a $1.25 for 2022, could we do a $1.25 for 2023. Tamara had her hand up, but she just jumped screen. Okay, there we go. Does Tamara want to answer that?
Yeah, I don't think you can bind a future council into a decision. If you had it in a bylaw form where you were going to do a year over a year or something like that, like you do with the council bylaw, you could, but a resolution isn't going to stand your or can't
Okay.
bind them.
We could just remind the fire chief to include
Mallory
that
has
in
a
his
comment,
budget,
though.
because that was not included in the fire chief. That came from Councillor Wood Roberts's recommendation or request at the first budget meeting. Mallory, do you want to comment?
Mike is in the meeting, and
Oh,
perhaps
great.
getting his input would be useful with
Then
this discussion.
let's pause to bring him right in.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. Welcome. Were you able to be listening to the conversation?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll let you comment on that then. Go ahead.
Certainly, it's quite honestly, it's council's wish. Certainly, we have been and always have been paid less as a fire department than our neighbors. Quite honestly, if you ask the firefighters, they probably wouldn't know what they make because that's not high in our priorities, and we don't do the job for the money. My only concern is that certainly I can put it in a budget for next year, but I'm still reliant on that council to approve it. So there's no guarantee it would be approved in another year from my understanding of what Tamara had commented on.
We could be sneaky and have the $1.25 be in effect December 1st and pass that in this year's budget. Let's talk to, and then it would be in effect and it would be there. And it would only be a 1 month increase on the 2022 budget. So just a thought. I'm not being comical. Every councillor has done a lot of work, looked at line by line. This was an addition, so it's like, oh, wait a second, we're trying to reduce money. Here's an addition. Maybe we can meet halfway. So let's see from other councillors. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
I agree. We've got to bring the firefighters up to a comparable rate of the other townships. But Pat's idea was good, but opposed to rather than leaving it for next year, why not we do the one part of the increase now, and then we do the other $1.25 September the 1st, the last quarter, or October the 1st, or whatever. So the last 3 months. Anyways, we'll get them on the stream and not defer this or kick this down the path of the next council.
Okay, I'll take it back to Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I like your idea of the December 1st. So $1.25 January 1st, 2022, $1.25 December 1st, 2022. That keeps us within this council's wishes that we want the fire department to be up to parity. So I like that idea.
Yeah. Barbara, go ahead.
So may I recommend, because our firefighter payroll is on a quarterly basis, that we implement the second increase of $1.25 commencing October 1. So that would align with the last quarter.
I did it myself. I see 2 thumbs up from Councillor Clark. So I'm going to look. I am getting the sun streaming in. So after this, I'm just going to close the drape here. I'm actually hot. And I can't barely see my screen. But anyway, look to other councillors. Do we concur that we do the increase now in further increase at October 1st? Is there consensus for that? Councillor McKechnie.
Yes, I agree with getting it all on the books in our term here. So if it's October 1st, it's October 1st. Thank you.
I saw Councillor Smith.
Yeah. Well, I often take a contrary position, and I want to go back a little bit. When this council came into office, we inherited a budget for 2018, which had total expenditures of about $15 million and municipal taxation of $8.4 million. This draft 2 that we're looking at today, certainly an improvement over draft 1, proposes total expenditures of $18.5 million. That's a 24% increase since 2018. And it's even 14% higher than we put in place with our first budget in 2019.
How is this
Taxation
relevant to the fire
Yeah.
department? I know you want to
Well-
make a general comment, but how is this relevant to firefighters' wages? I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there. I know you're wanting to make a grand speech, but
Well, I'm not trying to make a grand speech, but the point is, for several years, previous councils leading up to the budget of 2018 spoke to emergency services, policing in particular, but the emergency services part of the budget as increasing dramatically. The province reallocated policing. But we, as a council, since 2019, our first year, emergency services, our total cost, the police and the fire department, have gone from $3.6 million to just $3.7 million is the proposal now for 2022. It, in fact, is the smallest area of increase of all of the departments that we're reviewing today. And in that environment where we have been willing to increase other costs in our budget so dramatically, whether it's Parks and Recreation, which is the largest increase, but others have also gone up significantly because obviously it had to have that increase of 14% since 2019. Because the province has done a good job of holding the line on policing costs, and our volunteer fire department has not cost as much. The fact of the matter is, we're now looking for a way to kind of chisel these volunteers, if you like, out of a few dollars by waiting until October. Just doesn't seem like there's balance in terms of all of the different departments that we're looking at with respect to this budget.
And your point is,
so
just get to
my
the point.
point is, I'd rather put the money into the emergency services here in terms of the fire department, effective January 1st. And I would spend all of the extra money that we're talking about in some of the other departments. To me, if we had a discussion about priorities, there's nothing more important that we fund than our emergency services, police and fire.
Okay.
And as a consequence, when I look at that total environment, I'd rather spend the money here on the fire department effective January 1st to bring these folks up to a level that's consistent with our neighbors. And I'd much rather do that than some of the other things that, we've talked about this morning in terms of funding increases. So,
Okay, so to finalize, you want to do the full increase effective today. That could have been said in one sentence. I appreciate that you got a preamble, but it's a long preamble. We have a long day. I'm going to look to see if from other counselors, do you want to do the one suggestion, which is in his two-step program, or one step and take the increase now? Can I see? I am having trouble viewing my screen until I can close that right. Councillor Clark, you've already spoken, so I just want to hear from Councillor Donaldson or Councillor Wood Roberts. That's okay. Councillor Wood Roberts, thoughts?
I'm agreeable to doing it all at once now. I think it's fair to the firefighters.
Okay, good. There you go. I have somebody at home to do that for me. Okay, Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. If we're worried about the budget numbers, then I can see doing the split. But if we're not worried about the budget numbers, then I'm okay with doing it now.
So either way, back to you, Councillor Clark. We're waiting.
I'm still in favor of the two-step. I think the argument made by Councillor Smith is deceiving. The OPP had big increases prior to us starting our council, and as a result, the province held. There's nothing to do with the province getting a handle on their costs, but it was just trying to get a handle on the fact that they were doing massive increases over a number of years. So that was very deceptive in terms of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. And lastly, Councillor McKechnie, if you want to weigh in, 2 steps or 1?
Yeah, I think the volunteer firemen, they all know that how much we appreciate them. And I think they'd be happy with the 2-step starting in the second one starting in October.
Okay. So quick show of hands for the 2-step, and I'll weigh in. I'll do the 2-step just to, so that was 5. Okay, so so we'll do that recommendation, put that in as the, and I appreciate what you're saying, Councillor Smith. We value our firefighters like nothing. Like our fire chief said, they probably they don't do it for the money. I know my husband did it for 20 years. They do it because it's a calling and they love what they do, and we appreciate what they do, and we want them paid accordingly. And we're willing to do that in this term of council, just gradually. So, so we'll put that in as in the 2-step. Was there anything else in the fire department? Well, we have Mike here. There was some roof repairs. There was some other things. Is there anything else that we wanted to have further questions to our fire chief? Okay, Councillor Wood Roberts.
It's not a budget question. Again, I just appreciate Mike and all of his volunteers and all that they do for the community. They go above and beyond over and over again. So thank you.
Thank you. We also very much appreciate the support of council. So the raise is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Okay, so we'll move on from fire. Like we said, Barbara said, I've done the other reports, but I'm trying to keep things in question. One thing I suppose we could jump right away to would be the, excuse me, let me find my page, which is the grants and requests that we have, because I think there may be some room in there. So I'm just going to try to find my sheet on that. I don't know what appendix it is, Barbara, quickly. Do you know what appendix it is, Barbara?
E.
There we go. Okay, so let's take some time to discuss some of these things, which are always difficult because some of them come in, they tug at our heartstrings, but we have to determine really if they fit what our roles and responsibilities are as a municipality. So I suppose I'll just go through them in order as they are. Is everyone able to find their appendix E? Yeah, I saw nods. Okay. So the first one is the Halliburton Royal Canadian Legion request for $10,000 to help with their capital grant for a lift. Thoughts? Like I say, some of these tug at our heartstrings, but this is our responsibility. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
It's important, but it's also in a time when we're trying to address a number of other issues. Could we propose, maybe meeting 5,000 as opposed to the 10,000? We want to do something, but there's a reality to our current environment.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. So we'll look for comments. Yes, the 10, maybe 5, maybe nothing. Councillor Smith is next.
Thanks. I wonder if we might be more helpful here in terms of providing guidance regarding grants. So both the federal and provincial government seem to be relatively generous at this time in terms of infrastructure grants. And the purpose of this, is a good thing in terms of accessibility. It's not a municipal facility. It's frankly a facility of maybe greater importance in some regards in terms of the Legion and its purpose in the community. And so would we not have some expertise in terms of insights on grants that would maybe be more helpful to them than actually a small contribution toward, if I recall, they were talking about a total expenditure of $100,000.
Yeah, I actually think, and Barbara, because the letter was, the request was some time ago, but they were successful, and I don't know whether it was Trillium or something. It's just a shortfall of that. They did get a grant, but it wasn't for the full amount, is my understanding. But I don't know if we could, Barbara's nodding, so I don't want to quote where it's from, but they were looking for, they're looking for monies elsewhere. They're doing other fundraising things. So I think it really comes, we really have to ask ourselves, is this our role of responsibility? It's not a municipal building. We see the pressure that we have on this budget. It'll be the same next year's budget. There's always going to be pressures, but is this our responsibility, or could we be personally supporting them in other ways? Yes, it's a one-time request, but then other organizations ask, and that's, so I'll look at council. Yeah.
In terms of personal input, I would say no. It's something that I would support personally, but I don't think it's within our responsibility as a municipality. And, I think that our community steps up in support of many things. And I don't blame them for asking municipality, but, there's different ways. So I would say no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Councillor McKechnie's next.
I agree with Mr. Councillor Clark. I think we should go halfway and give them $5,000. The Legion is very dear to all our hearts, and they are struggling. They've been struggling for years, and it would be a great thing to have. So I'd like to go halfway. Thank you.
Okay. Next up. Anybody? Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Wood Roberts. I know it's a tough one. You can sit there and bog down on.
Where is the chairlift project? Like, what part of the building? It already is an accessible building. So is it for something specific? And
I think it's to, the dreaded spiral staircase.
Mhm.
I think it's to, I believe, and actually I shouldn't say in this meeting because I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure where it exactly is, unless we could pull that letter forward. It is to go to the lower level, which is the club room and Mountbatten room.
And I would like to see if they have other partners on this project. Is Veterans Affairs helping, or, there's other big community organizations who could help as well.
Okay, so I'm going to put you down as a maybe.
Yeah.
Councillor Donaldson, can I get you to weigh in?
I can't remember which one said, but at this point, I would have to say no, just because there's not a lot of use right now, is there? And if they can, I like that Councillor Wood Roberts brought up that it is already accessible.
And whether there's use or not use, it goes back to, is this our responsibility? What if a church asked to do the same thing? What if, I can't think of another facility, but another place asked us to contribute to that. I personally try to contribute to things locally because I believe in them, and it's part of my town and part of my community. And if I am, financially able to contribute in that way, I will. But I'm on the side of no, even though I reluctantly say no, because I don't think it's our responsibility. Barbara?
So I found the original request from the Legion, and I can just share this information with council. It is called Give Us a Lift campaign, and the estimated cost is $105,000 for the elevator, and they've received a grant, and $45,000 will be applied against that project. And as of the time of their request back in August, they had raised $4,000 so far.
Okay. Thank you for that additional information. I knew they got it from some kind of grant from somewhere. So basically just to you, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, thoughts? Yes, no, maybe?
No.
Yep.
Reluctantly.
I know. Okay, so that's 4 no's, so that comes out. And with regret, but they know our emails, they can personally hit us up for campaign. Councillor Wood Roberts?
I also had a question, short question for Barbara. Do we write off any of their property taxes? Haven't we done that previously as well?
Yeah.
Actually, through legislation, they're an exempt facility, so they don't pay any property tax.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good question. So the next one we have is a request for a write-off of the municipal portion of the taxes for the Haliburton Highlands Outdoor Association, and I don't have the figure in front of me, but it's, Barbara, if you want, 1,300 or something.
Yeah, it's $1,350, and that's at 2021 rates.
Just keep in mind the county every year for past several years has given them a grant of $10,000 as an operating grant, recognizing that it is a part of a tourism facility that is beneficial to the entire county. So they do get some money from the county. So thoughts on the tax write-off? Councillor Clark.
Again, this is a group that does a lot for our community. They stock the rivers and the lakes. Big educational program for the young people. Going out and seeing the fish hatchery and stuff. It's not an unreasonable ask what they're doing. It seems to be it's under $5,000 type of thing, and it's something that adds a lot to our community. So I would support this one.
Well under 5,000. Barbara, can you just quote the amount, because I've got too much paper all over my desk.
$1,350 based on 2021 municipal tax levy.
Okay, so Councillor Donaldson, and then Councillor McKechnie second.
Yeah, I agree with doing that with defer the taxes, because if that's also our small contribution and the county puts in 10,000, 1,300 doesn't seem to be that bad for what it gives the whole community and county.
Okay, Councillor McKechnie was next, and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy's.
Yeah, I'm also in favor of it. A lot of volunteers there. We have no idea how much work they do. So, and it's a great thing. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 3 in favor. I would caution that we definitely just make it for 2022 budget only. Not because this is what people think that it would be ongoing. They've been hit very hard with COVID and not being able to do their regular fundraising dinners. They have a fish fry in the summertime and a wild game dinner, and all those things have been canceled. So, but I would say that it would be only for the 2022 budget. But anyway, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, I would support. County gives 10. Highlands East historically donates 5,000 a year to the organization. So I think this is a more than reasonable ask on by that organization. So I support.
Okay, so we sort of have enough to weigh in that showed support. Would everybody agree that it was for seen as a exceptional year and for the 2022 year only? Okay, so that's in. Moving right along is the sculpture forest, which last year we had a presentation from Jim Blake and Barb Boland, and their request, I believe, was in the $12,500 range. They actually, did a presentation to council delegation. We opted for some cash, but some in kind, which that work was completed, and that was $5,000 worth of work done in and around the paths, the trails, the actual sculptures themselves needed fresh gravel. So this is sort of we did say last year that was a one-time only. They were affected by COVID. However, with no financial report from them this year, it's just a straight out request. We don't know where their financial situation is this year. They do donation boxes throughout the park, and I've heard that they're, maybe people just put in a toonie or a 5 or a 10 here and there, but they are collecting revenue on those. So, we really have to ask ourselves that question that I said earlier: is this our role or responsibility? We may have a heartstring. I love the sculpture forest. I walk it all the time, but should we be using tax dollars to contribute to their operating? Councillor Clark was up first.
Yeah, it's a key thing that's been actually promoted, through the province as a reason to come to Halberton. So that in mind, though, it'd be nice to have some more information as to how this money is going to be spent before we have to make a decision on it. And the 7,500 is a little heavy. I would support about half of that. Again, though, with provision that we've got some more information on how this money is to be spent. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a great way to start it off, is we need more information from the sculpture forest, and as whatever half of 7,500 is, 37.50 or something like that. So let's look to the floor to see if those two things, how they land. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and I did first.
I'm going to go a hard no on this one. This was a one-time request, and I would no information to support this request at all. Kind of, I don't know, just it doesn't reflect well on that organization with no support information. And we already contributing a substantial amount of money in kind through our Parks and Recreation Department over there as well. So I think I would say no to this one.
Okay, hands up, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I have concerns about a number of these things, and this is one. Not only are there no reports in terms of what their needs are and what benefit it's providing, but there are alternative sources of funding than simply the going to the taxpayer and us, giving away somebody else's money. And so if somebody wants to support this, they can make a tax deductible contribution. And I think that's a better way for them to go. We helped them out when they had the challenges with COVID, but they've got to become self-sufficient. And otherwise, every organization in the community that does something good is going to say, "Oh, I got to go to Dysart Council because I'll get X number of dollars." And the best way to cut that off is to say, "No, we don't do that. It's not a municipal responsibility." Thank you very much.
Okay. And so that's good points. And I look to Councillor Donaldson is next.
I know, and I don't have it in front of me what the numbers are, but their numbers increased immensely over the last 2 years for sure, more so even this year. And it is a huge tourism draw. So I would be for putting half in for sure, because it benefits all the businesses and the tourism when the people come to go and walk through it. So I'm for, I think it was Councillor Clark that said half. I would be okay with that.
With further information, I think was the caveat. For instance, if they come to us and they have, we have no clue how much they got in those donation boxes in 2021. No idea. So, and there are other sources of revenue, and sometimes even though things are free, someone will, to walk through, there's no gate to get through, there's no ticket gate, but you could say a suggested donation is $2 per person. I don't know, but I will mark you down as a 50% with further detail. And did I see Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Wood-Roberts? Go ahead. Councillor Wood-Roberts first, and then Councillor McKechnie.
I think a percentage of some funding would be appropriate. I know they have over a minimum of 10,000 people go through the sculpture forest in a year. The forest has extended right up to onto the main street in the summer, which is a big boost economically for downtown. I do want to see some financials, and I wonder if there would be, if they should be requesting some funding through the county from the tourism, if they have those sorts of numbers and they're that sort of attraction in the province.
Good point. Councillor McKechnie, you're next.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that Nancy just made. I was going to say that I was in favor of giving them something, because over the years they haven't requested much from us. So, but it seems like it's starting to be a regular. And I agree that we should nip it, but I think that right now we should definitely consider giving them, whether it's half, and but definitely get some more information and some financials of where they really are at with their fundraising.
Okay,
you.
so I know, you know, in all fairness, generally the, you know, the mayor, I've been trying to vote on all this, so it's very public and transparent. People can see where I fit on this. And as much as I just said, I love the sculpture forest because I walk through it whenever I want, I'm of leaning to the no, that it's operational and there are further ways. But because we had 4 councillors suggest 50%, I would ask Barbara to put 50% in a draft 3 budget with a request to the sculpture forest for some financial data background that we could have to justify even the 50%. So I think that's a good way to leave it at. If that's, so that comes back in our 3rd draft. Okay. Halliburton Lake Cottage Association was an additional $1,000 for July and August. Should we discuss that next? We did this last year. I'll look to maybe Councilor McKechnie to kick this one off because it's your ward.
Well, like all these lake associations, a lot of volunteer work, and if they're requesting it again, they need it, and I definitely endorse it for sure.
Okay, so and Councillor Smith, go ahead.
We've got, I'll say a dozen, for the lack of a better, more precise number, lake associations across Dysart. What is it that makes the Halliburton Lake Association unique in that they would get a grant? Because they asked and the other 11 didn't ask, or what is the basis for it?
Probably because they have the biggest public beach. I would say the beach at what's the other one? At Eagle Lake is also fairly well used, but well maintained. It's the biggest public beach. So while they're lake associations, are they managing an extra cleanup? I don't know. I don't know, Councillor McKechnie, if you want to.
Definitely, the beach and the beaches the geese have created just a huge problem, of course, and they're trying to plant the proper shrubs and bushes along the lakefront to stop the geese from coming in. But I mean, I can go back a long time. My kids learned to swim up there. They have a tremendous program that the whole county people have used it, and up there at that beach area. So it's a big positive for our whole community, the Halliburton Lake Beach.
Keep in mind, they do get the operating grant of $1,700. This is an additional request, which that isn't in question. There's an additional request.
That's for grass cutting.
Yeah, there's an additional request for the $1,000 to hire a student for extra beach cleaning in July and August. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just to be fair, West Guildford's got their community center, and we're throwing money into that. Harcourt's got theirs. We may see something coming out with regard to FIRA. And again, I don't think it'll be a large amount, but this is not a big amount of money, and it does support the people up in that township. So you know, it just balances out in terms of what we're doing with the other residents of the community.
Tamara, you want to weigh in? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if they're working on the shorelines there too, it's benefiting the whole lake health, not just the people in the community. So in terms of the goose and shoreline work.
Yeah, they did get there was 2 streams of grants last year that we did, which was the $1,500 for the shoreline vegetation, and then the $1,000 for the so that's not requested because they purchased that and planted the shrubs. So let's see here from other councillors. Is that a yes or a no? Keep it in, keep it out. Who wants to go next? Councillor or Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, we gave them 1,700 for the vegetation last year. So if it worked, I don't know why we're spending an extra $1,000 then just to clear the beaches. The vegetation will work over time. This was a one-time request. I think that's the way we look at it last year, and it wasn't an ongoing grant application. So my answer is no.
Okay. Councillor Wood Roberts. Oh, and sorry, Councillor Donaldson first, and then Councillor Wood Roberts.
Yeah, I'm sort of on the same line there as Deputy Mayor Kennedy. If we gave the money last year, and they did put the vegetation in, why is it needed this year? But if it was something to do with something that's unique to that lake, and it is a big draw, then I can see putting $1,000 for whatever that is. It's just, it would be nice to have some more information on what that $1,000 goes for if we've already done the vegetation.
Okay. So that's sort of no. Councillor Wood Roberts, and then Barbara.
My understanding is they do extra beach cleanup. I mean, we're not just talking about the geese, we're talking about the people that are there as well. Correct, Walt?
You're right.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
So that saves a lot.
And it is a very, as you know, Nancy, you've lived here all your life. It's a very popular, busy place.
So in effect, that would kind of save on, I'm thinking it would save a lot of calls on our staff having to take the time to drive up there and do those tasks. Is that at all reasonable, Tamara, to think that?
Yeah, and I think a lot of that cleanup they're doing is happening when we don't even have staff on. Because I think it gets used off hours as well for gatherings.
Sure. So I think it would be $1,000 well spent if it would save in our staff time, our fuel to get up there, calls for service when, you know, people are not normally on schedule to work. So I have no problem with saying yes, do the $1,000 for those specific tasks.
Okay, so I sort of have 3 yeses and 3 nos, is the way I added that up. So for the 2022 budget. Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy, go ahead.
Yeah, if that's the reason for the $1,000 is to, that's really cheap if our staff doesn't have to go up there and do that. So if that is what it's for, is a cleanup, then definitely we're getting a good deal at giving them $1,000.
Okay, so you switch sides. So just take my little pen and put over there. That's okay. It's interesting that we're spending, 5-7 minutes talking about $1,000. I will say yes to this request also. I thought I was going to have to split a tie vote on $1,000, so I was going to say yes. But in hindsight, I'd really like to see, it sounds like we need more clarification. When we get any request and grant for, next year's budget or at any time, we really need a justification, even if it's only $1,000. I want to know how many hours did the student go out? What did they do? First of all, you've got a student to clean up goose poo. That's pretty awesome because a lot of teenagers I know don't pick up their Tim Hortons cup when they walk in front of the high school. So, that's great if somebody's actually doing the work, but we have to be careful of every $1,000. So I'm going to say yes today, even though I'm not splitting a tie vote, but I think we need further detail next year. And so just, just a footnote there. Okay. I do know that Councillor Smith, you were wanting to make a recommendation regarding the West Guildford Community Centre. Do you want to bring that up now?
Well, I could. As we discussed, the budget has $20,000 in for flooring in 2022 and 2023. There hasn't been any, investment that I'm aware of in that facility in years. And, the volunteers that run it have indicated the floor is going to need to be replaced. There was a letter sent in saying they think they'd like to do it in 2024. And so Barbara's put $20,000 in the budget for each of 22 and 23. My suggestion would be that we change the amount to $10,000. And in 2022, 2023, and 2024, and then put it on the the volunteers who do get some rental income as they operate the facility to either do some fundraising or direct some of the rent towards the floor, so that it's a partnership as opposed to purely write us a check and we'll get the floor done. And I also suggest that going forward, it's interesting that we have this big development reserve, or sorry, this working fund reserve of more than $1.7 million. Yet, for assets like the community center, we've never set aside anything. With this asset management plan, presumably, it's maintaining all of our facilities going forward, and so the $172,000 that's being injected beginning in 2023 and will therefore every year thereafter. This shouldn't be occurring again in the future. But we've got I guess I'll call it a catch up with the floor that is worn out. It's an old hardwood floor and it's can't be refinished again.
So great suggestion to reduce that to 10 for this year's budget. Barbara, did you want to comment in general terms of the asset management plan to Councillor Smith's comments? And, so we shouldn't have these big surprises that if something happens even throughout mid-year, it doesn't necessarily even need to become a budget concern, because we can take it out of development reserve because we've been building up that asset management plan. We're not talking today. It's the first year that we're kind of topping up, but 3, 4, 10 years from now, that type of thing.
Yeah, so now with implementing the asset management plan in 2021, historically speaking, the majority of funds that were channeled into the development reserve was more for core infrastructure. So roads and vehicles and equipment. So now with the asset management plan taking a holistic approach to include our buildings, we can integrate some of those repairs into the asset management plan and draw on those reserves. Now, bear in mind, this is just year one. The asset management plan says in order to catch up and eliminate that funding gap, we need to increase our municipal levy 1.7% in each of the next 10 years. So there is a huge gap here. We're just at the start. And, over time, the notion is that we will draw from that reserve for these types of projects.
Okay, so that's a good point. What I thought we'd do was just finish up whatever the grants. I do know that Councillor McKechnie has a 2 o'clock appointment, and I certainly would like to, get out and get a little fresh air at some point today. So what I thought we'd do is—
I can change that. Don't worry about that. I was just
I think
curious.
we're close. Yeah, no, I think we're close. What I was going to suggest is we finish with this West Guildford. Look if there was anything other that I've missed in the grants and donation requests. Take a little bit of a lunch break and then come back at it. If we keep going, I don't know about you, I gotta do my physio on my shoulder. So I think I'd be better after the break. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, the only other one was the snowplow grant. Is that going to be part of a bigger discussion on what we're doing with our roads? I think we're bound to do this one, but I would recommend this would be the last time we do a snowplow grant. If that could be put somehow into this. I think we're too far down the snow path for this year to do anything with that grant one, but I would recommend that in future that one be considered as part of our redo of what we're doing with our municipal private roads, whatever you call them. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, that's a question for our Director of Public Works. Were you in favor of reducing the flooring to 10,000 from 20? Yes. Councillor Smith, did you want to comment?
Well, on the grant for snow plowing, maybe Barbara could clarify on this because we don't have Rob here, but is the funding, the 6,500, if I recall correctly, that's in the budget, is that a grant that's going to be made in the fall of 2022? Because presumably we've already given out the checks in the fall of 2021 that are covering this 21-22 winter. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the current grants that we're looking at on the budget right now are for the 2021-2022 winter season. So if council's looking to revisit that grant program, that would have to be done, I would say, throughout the operating year of 2021 and have that firmed up by the summer.
You mean by the operating grant for next fall is the 2022, not 2021?
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
It's hard to, and that's what I believe Deputy Mayor Kennedy basically spoke to, is this is the tip of the iceberg of a much bigger issue. We keep it in there for now. But we have to look at our liability on that. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, on this particular item for the snow plowing, we need a policy in place, and we've discussed with Rob, and he just hasn't had the time to do it, but we've got to revamp our policy. We take a look at what's been done down at Kawartha Lakes. They don't do this at all. And they've got a very specific policy around dealing with unassumed or seasonal roads. We've got to get on the same program. We're exposed by the fact that we haven't got a policy in place. So for Tamara, you've got to get that on the list for the Public Works, please.
So this isn't in the minutes, but Tamara's listening and she can make sure that that gets communicated back to Rob, and we can put it as a priority. So $10,000 reduce the budget. I don't think there'll be too much of I think everybody's in agreement with that, to reduce the flooring. Okay, Barbara, go ahead.
So then just to confirm for future years, then we'll budget the 10,000 in each of the 23 and 24. Just put that on the table. Okay.
That's what he's proposing, and also to work with them more in a partnership, and then to just say, okay, so that's for the chart, let's call it. So is everybody okay with a 30-minute lunch break? And then we'll come back, because I believe we still have we don't have a lot, but if personally, if I feel like I keep going, I'm going to be pushing it, and then all I'll want to do is quit. I'm getting hangry. And like I say, I got to move my shoulder. So let's take 30 minutes. We'll come back. We might only need another 30 minutes after that. But we might take, an hour. We'll see. There are still some few things that I believe that are up for conversation. Okay. So we'll be in recess until, let's see what time it is, until 1 o'clock. Please turn your screens and your volume off. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mayor Roberts, we're live. We're live.
Okay, everybody, we are back from our break. I hope that was a bit of a refreshing break from all the numbers and all the comments, but I really have to say, I think it's been an extremely productive morning, and we've made really good headway, and we're working very, very well together as a group, which is nice to see. So we did complete, I believe, all the requests for grants or donations. There was one line in there at the very end, which I didn't even ask because it wasn't really contentious, but which was miscellaneous events. That's our own, and that's in there for $2,000. That's just events that the municipality itself would hold, Barbara. I just want to question that. So the very last line on Appendix E, it says miscellaneous events. Oh, you're on mute. No, you're still mute, Barbara.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so the $2,000 is for special events that we put aside from time to time. We might have an organization that's hosting a new event and the municipality may decide to help support that event.
Okay, great. I just wanted to catch that in there because we hadn't talked about that one. So what I thought we would do now that we're back from lunch is really open it up to the floor for general comments, questions, other opportunities, either for savings. Perhaps there are things that we have missed in this year's budget that we didn't put in. So this is really just, we'll just open up to the floor for next steps. So Councillor Clark, you were first with the hand, so I'll let you kick it off.
Yeah, I guess maybe a couple of opportunities for some cost saving. Economic development, I think we have about 10,000 against that. Given that we're still going to be another 4 or 5 months in terms of some kind of COVID lockdown, I think there may be some opportunity to review whether or not we need that dollar figure. The strategic plan, I know I'm a big proponent that we should have a bit of a strategic plan going forward, but again, looking at the fact that we're not able to hold public meetings, and I know we can do a certain amount with Zoom, but it's not the same as pulling your community together and giving everybody an opportunity to talk. Usually you get a few people who dominate in the Zoom and it's not fair. We may be able to do some initial work on strategic plan, but in terms of being able to roll out and have those meetings and more specific meetings, I don't think that the opportunity is there. So we may want to look at either reducing that to just get it started this year or consider it going forward.
Let me just clarify to that, to the 2 points. One, we identified it as opposed to just economic development that was sort of more specific to housing. The annual, so we just only started it last year and we do have $10,000 in there for this year. That would be in the event we do want to offset some costs, whether they be sewer hookup fees, whether they be other fees. We don't have any kind of reserve to pull from when we're getting these requests. So I think it was economic development as much as it was sort of more geared to housing. And on the strategic planning note, it's a corporate strategic internal plan. It's not strategic plan don't get me wrong, not that we don't want community input. Community input generally comes about every 4 years. So and throughout the time where we hear from our constituents and we, in certain groups. So this is more of a corporate strategic plan. And Tamara, I did see you wanting to weigh in on the strategic plan. Also, that is completely funded, not on the levy.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I didn't know if that would be an opportunity for us or not. Okay.
Yeah, I would just echo your statements. And while there will be input from certain stakeholder groups and stuff like that, I'm sure it's not a community-based strategic plan in the way that you may be thinking of one.
Okay, so that's a good start. Councillor Smith, ideas, comments, questions?
Yeah, thanks. Just one topic on my mind is the asset management plan. We were talking a little bit, Barbara, about it before lunch there. And Barbara, the document that I think it was Watson and Associates or somebody prepared, they talked about the 1.7% increase, being required annually, 21 to 2031. That's 1.7. That's the $172,000 that you put in there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they also spoke to, an assumed assessment growth rather of 1.3%. As you noted, for this year, that turned out to be 1.46%. I suspect in 2023 that'll be an even bigger number given the building permits record that was set for 2021. So where does the difference between the 1.30 and the 1.46 go?
That's being absorbed into the municipal levy for operating.
So that's not gone into the reserve. So we've got that $16,000 as a benefit that's already been accrued in your calculations.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other just general comments, things that people have seen in their sort of line by line glance. Councillor Donaldson, go ahead.
Just wanted to give some information on the Harcourt Community Center. It was added $4,100 for an UV ultraviolet light system. I called the health department to find out and talk to the inspector about it. And basically it was triggered because we had previously mentioned that if there was outside water on the building, which there isn't, and there wasn't at the time, but it triggered them to say, well, if there is going to be water access to the public on the outside, that we would need the ultraviolet light. And so, but we don't have it. And so as long as our water keeps getting tested every 3 months, as far as I could figure out from her, that we didn't need it. And it doesn't get triggered until we have a bad water test. So I'm just checking to see how everybody else thinks about whether the hall's not being used either. So it's we're going to spend $4,100 to get it installed into a building that we're not using. So
we will be using it. Fingers crossed we're using it this year. We will be. So let's, Tamara has information on the UV light request.
Yeah, I had a similar question to Tammy because we did ask the question about what was required for that. So I went back, excuse me, as well to the inspector and said, if we weren't to proceed with any outdoor water, because there's no plans yet, would we still require that? And she told me we'd still require it because we've reached the end of the time. They renew our contracts every so often, our agreements. In our agreement, we were allowed to stay without it for so long, but now that our agreements come up for renewal, we have to meet the current specs, which includes that unit. So they're saying we have no choice, is what she told me. But I did ask the same questions as you.
Yeah, and I did go over that a few times. But she said, as far as I could figure it out, she said that as long as our water tested good every time, then there was no need for it, especially right now when there is very little. But she was promoting it because, you know, it could be more expensive further down the road. But that it just sounded, which I had several times asked her if it was a requirement, and it didn't seem like it was. It's only if our water didn't test properly.
Okay, that's not what she told us, but we can certainly try and verify and get that in writing.
That's a really good thing to bring up because, you know, that it's not that it might be needed someday, but it is a capital expense in 1 year. So let's sort of put that in the questionable column if we don't need to do that. And
that would be
there's
great
ongoing.
Yeah.
I don't know how long the bulbs last, but they're very expensive. And then there's some maintenance of those systems.
Yeah, she said that the bulbs are required to be changed every year. So it's, and she didn't say how much they were, but if we're not using the building right now, anyways, like that's a cost that we're incurring that is kind of needless right now. So that would be great, Tamara, if you could just check with her again and see whether it might have been just me thinking that she said it 3 times, that we didn't need it unless our water was bad.
Yeah, no, we can certainly get that in writing from her and confirm that again.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Okay, that's great to bring that up. That's why we have counselors and wards, because they're more familiar with those situations. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, thoughts, ideas?
I'm just going to switch gears on you here for a second. Barb, you started off last time, I guess, and reiterated again this time. Our OMPF funding is 1.9 million for lack of, but just rounding it off, an increase of $7,300 over 2021. That only constitutes 30 households. Is there a way to appeal that to the province, or how do they assess what it's a household and what's a cottage, for example? It just seemed the two numbers than what we've seen historically happen here in Dysart the last 2 years aren't going together. So I don't know if if we could ever appeal that and get it up to another 200 homes that were changed from cottages or built or whatever, at $239 a household, that would make a big difference to our budget. So just some clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so the calculation of the OMPF, it actually has different segments within the entire program. And where we benefit in Dysart is through the rural fiscal circumstances component of the calculation. It is quite complex. I would be happy to share it with you. I have reviewed it. It's very meticulous and it takes time. It takes into consideration quite a few factors: the weighted average income in the area, the weighted average of property, the cost per house. So it is rather complex. And to try and compare it, if I understand how you are, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, it's not really apples to apples. Yeah. And to appeal it, I don't think that would really be
I should have realized it wouldn't be as simple as just taking the 230 houses.
Yeah.
I had to ask it anyways.
And I'm not sure, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, if you meant appeal, but question.
Question.
And it's always, this is the big thing with the when the OPP did their reviews, they are charging per dwelling.
Right.
They don't care if it's a hunt camp or a $5 million second home on a lake. The dwelling is a dwelling. But when we receive funding, it's different formula. However, I do think it's up to us, and also through our role at County Council, to encourage. I mean, MPAC has put out that statement that they're frozen, and that was referenced earlier. MPAC isn't going to change our levy. Our levy is based on how much money we need to operate our services. But a reevaluation of MPAC will equalize the higher properties, the lower properties. It'll bring people should be paying their fair share of what their taxes are according to their property. That's how it works. Whereas, someone who just built a house last year is going to get it assessed at like Notwater House. They might have it assessed at $600,000 because it's a brand new build. Whereas another house that is frozen and has not been reevaluated for some time, which is worth more on the market if it's sold, but is sitting there at $400,000 of assessment, that's what's not really fair. So it's just the equalization of it. So I think we should be pushing MPAC to, I don't understand why they're making that call this time. Did you have anything else that you wanted to bring up? You had
a couple of nickel and dime ones. Conferences at 7,000. I don't know if anybody's going to Roma, but we're already partway through the year, and that could probably be reduced. I have it down to from 7 down to 5,000 or 4,000. Did the iPads for council, where did that end up? 3,700. Is that in or out?
That should be in there, as it's our key infrastructure we use for council meetings and for communication. As you know, because we've been out of the office, a lot of people have been using their own devices, but once we're back in the council chambers, they're what we use to view the council agenda and the reports, and they're also used by all the other committees, Committee of Adjustment, Cultural Committee, Glebe Park. We're hoping, and the ones that we have in the budget right now aren't actually for this current council, they're for the incoming council because there's a long wait time for them. The ones that we have currently now, designated for the council members, are still being used for some of the committees that come into the office. They're also being used for some staff members that have to join by Zoom that don't have laptop technology. And we use them for training in the different departments when we have things where we need remote devices. So at the end of this term, any of the existing iPads that we have that are still functioning at all will go out to the other, some of them will be kept for the committee meetings because we'll need them in there. And the other ones go to places like landfills for the payment processing. We have one of ours at the arena right now for the screening for COVID. Basically, they're just an essential tool we use. They're $500 each. We've got them budgeted for 7 of them. Yeah. And we started 2011. We got laptops for council instead. That was when we went away from paper. We've been very successful in cutting costs in terms of not having to reproduce anything and impact some environmental concerns. And it's basically, we've always taken the approach that we buy a new set of them through every term. So we try and make them last 4 years. We could put $1,000 a year in every year and have that little reserve there for them to show that. But basically, this is just a replacement cycle. But the other thing is,
it's not really council iPads then. It's corporation iPads.
they're corporation iPads, but the other thing we want to look at, because of the changes to the security provisions and all the duo authentication that you're going to have to sign up for now, is that we want to be able to use the iPads with the new term to be able to designate them to a counselor so that you have your Exchange calendar, your Civic web app, your email, and everything all in one spot where you can access it without going through any of the, because it'll be a municipal device. You don't get to keep it. It comes back at the end of your term. It would, that way, and it also helps for troubleshooting from our end, because an IT can actually troubleshoot that device where they can't troubleshoot your own.
Can I follow up, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, or did you want to follow up?
I would support canceling that for this year.
I think the question is the replacement cycle. We know we use them. I've never had a laptop, so there was no council laptops. I don't know where that came, but we did do iPads. They're all there. I have not used my council iPad, except when I chair a meeting there is one sitting in front of me. So I do think that we should call them corporate iPads. They're not, and I think when council reads the budget and we go line by line, one of the very first things we do is look inwards. Are there ways that we can save on our own operating of this 7 council? So I would definitely support your reduction of the conferences from 7 to 5. Don't know what others feel about that. And I don't want to deny a future council a tool, or not just council committees, the corporation, a tool that they need. The question is the replacement cycle. So when were the current iPads purchased, and if this is a 4-year replacement cycle, then I suppose that's what's needed. And perhaps it should be sort of some more, like we do that with staff computers. There's a specific replacement cycle. So if as far as I know, all 7 iPads are still in good working order. That's all. So I hate to buy something until generally it.
Actually, I think some of them are on their way out, and some we've deployed elsewhere right now, but we can get them back to.
What was the original purchase of the 7 iPads that are in the council chamber?
They were, it'll be 3 years ago now. By the end of this year, it'll be 4.
So is that a replacement cycle? I suppose that Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and maybe I'm thinking as well, don't know about other councillors, is that, or should that be a purchase in the first year of council and then so it goes and that's the cycle?
The problem is it takes a long time to buy them. So we need to get them in, get them set up, and be ready for that first meeting of council. So we're not giving them one tool and then 2 months later, so 3 months or 4 months, whenever they come in, switching tools. It's just sort of being ready for the next round, because things don't get ordered overnight like they used to be, unfortunately, with supply chain right now.
All right, well, let's hear from some other councillors regarding that purchase of a corporate iPads. Councillor Smith.
Well, unless there's a reason to have these for committee or staff usage, I don't see why I would be buying them for councillors. I'm just like the mayor there, that I've got 2 of my own laptops sitting in front of me here right now. One's for the Zoom session and one's got all my reports and notes on it. And even when we were meeting in the council chambers, I brought my own laptop with me because frankly, I could customize the documents. I liked things that mattered to me. And the iPad, frankly, I just don't use that technology. I'm an old Windows Microsoft operating system person. That's what I use in my personal life. So I know you don't know who's going to be elected come October or whatever, but why wouldn't we hold this until we actually understand what the need is, as opposed to saying, well, we're getting one of these for council.
Well, I would say if you don't want to agree to take them home as a tool, like I know Councillor McKechnie is using one as a tool right now and probably finds it valuable, but if you don't want to, we still need them for the council chambers unless we're going back to paper.
Well, no, my point was, even when we were meeting council rooms, I didn't use your iPad. I brought my own laptop in there because I could load the document onto my laptop. I could highlight the PDFs with my personal comments and brought that to the council chamber with me.
Yeah, you can do that with the iPad too, but the point is not everybody has that option, and we want to make equal access for all the tools that we need for all members of council, regardless of what they have at home and everything else. If you just want it for the council chambers, that's fine. That'll have an impact on IT and email and stuff like that too, which could have some extra costs elsewhere, but in terms of dual licenses and things.
I think the issue is the timing. We're not going back to paper, Tamara. I haven't used paper since Tammy McKelvey used to give me a USB stick. I was the first one that used to take it home on a stick and put it into my laptop and view I said, I'm not printing off 182 pages. That's terrible. That was many, many years ago. And I'm not even a techie. The question is the timing and that budget line. And is this the right timing for that? So I want to hear from other councillors, whether think of it as the corporation, not as us personally. But Barbara, you want to weigh in? And then I do want to hear from the other councillors and I guess Mallory too.
Yeah, so the current iPads were purchased back in August of 2018. So, we are looking at a 4-year time period. They do come to their end of the life cycle. And so keeping in line with a replacement coming in with a new term of council, I would think that 2022 would be the year to purchase those units. And as Tamara alluded, there are long wait times now for some of these pieces of equipment. So we want to be positioned well to make sure that the next term of council is well equipped.
I think Mallory wanted to weigh in and then Councillor Clark, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was just going to point out, we do deferred IT with replacement cycles. If we want the iPads to no longer be used at all, then you ignore the replacement cycle, because what happens with this is that the apps become obsolete and councillors who do use it can't load things properly. You can't update the equipment. Another thing I think that we're aiming towards is that these would be a personalized unit for the councillors so that they're not forwarding things to personal emails going forward. They're hopefully have just a quick, easy way to access their work email. Because as we get into freedom of information problems going forward or requests, that activity shouldn't happen anymore. So I think we're just trying to start off everyone with the right tools. Using iPads that are 4 years old isn't appropriate. So we're trying to think of the world when we return. I know we're using a lot of our personal computers, but things will probably go back. So this is the attempt to prepare for that.
Okay, so I did Councillor Clark and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, I think there's a few of the councillors may need an iPad, but we all don't. And I don't want to be carrying 2 computers. I don't want one for council and the other for my own stuff. It's easier just to do my own. But the other thing is Barb implemented a thing a couple of years back, a T2200, which enables us to, expense, let's say, home office. Also our computers and our internet, all that rolls into the T2200 in terms of, and you just relate those costs of you operating your office or doing business against our stipend or our salary as councillors. So that's all, so it's not coming directly in terms of after-tax dollars out of our pockets. So there's opportunity, but I think we can scale it back in terms of the number of iPads. I don't think you need an iPad for every councillor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. And Barb didn't actually implement the T2200. It was the federal government, but Barb brought it to our attention. It's when the 1/3 of our salary got, we used to have councillors would have 1/3 of their salary that was tax-free, deemed as your expense to cover your expenses. That got taken away. We're fully taxed on our full salary. And so there, that I know, Barbara, you're good, but you don't make federal policy, so that's okay. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and then Tamara, and then Councillor McKechnie.
I think upon the realization these are actually corporate iPads, not necessarily council ones. And Tamara makes a really good point about IT security, and it's only going to increase, that we shouldn't be using our personal laptops. Then I almost changed my mind here, not that it becomes a budget item, but take it out of reserves, the same as we do other equipment on a revolving basis. That if it's every 4 years, then that comes out of our reserves, the same as we do for laptops and desktops for staff. I don't see why it should be coming out of the direct taxpayer cost here this year. So with the increase in IT security that's required, I suspect the day of us being able to use our personal laptops are probably numbered, and move to a corporate one, and that's fine as well. But I don't think I think should come out of reserves then, and not either not be included or come out of reserves, one or the other.
Okay, so, and I know Tamara went away, and so did Councillor McKechnie. Just to note that every device of it, a cell phone, an iPad mini myself, and I'm staring at a laptop. I have to log in every single time. That we should not be using that whole method of, if anyone's using their personal email and transferring a personal email to work email, should be just, I thought it was eliminated already. So anyway, that said, Tamara, and then Councillor McKechnie.
Mine's not really that important. Just to remind you that the iPads, the ones that we keep in the office too, are for committee members as well as council members. And yeah, so we do need some. So we still need a budget number, I think, regardless, however you fund it or.
Okay, yeah, I mean, what reserve, unless you build up a reserve, what reserve would have come out of it? Maybe to Deputy Mayor Kennedy's point is like, what if, okay, we're sitting at 3570 in that line item, or 3500, I can't remember, sorry. Perhaps we put in 2000, and then in the fall, the staff can decide what gets purchased with that. But Councillor McKechnie, what would you like to add?
I'd like to add that we could just get rid of all the money that we're going to use for conferences. You say there's 7,000, and somebody said knock it down to 2, knock it down to 0. There's another, so there's $7,000 there. Because those conferences today, I think, with everything being in Zoom, I don't think it's not the same touch as being there personally and communicating with everybody. So I think it's lost its appeal as far as I'm concerned. But I also agree with Pat that this shouldn't come out of our budget, that get in or set some kind of a policy here where it comes out of a reserve. And then we're all happy and we've solved another problem.
A good example of an equalization for your cycle reserve is that election line. So many years ago, is determined an election costs approximately $60,000. So you put in $15,000 a year. On year 4, if you draw it out of there, we should probably be building that up. I'm just going to do, maybe Barbara, you could do some math too, to Councillor McKechnie's point, not to take everything out of the conference line, but the conference line is sitting at 7. What if the conference line was reduced by 3,500, which would put that at 3,500? It still gives opportunity for some training. The problem with taking everything out of the conference line is that next year you're going to have, could be absolutely 7 new people who are keeners and want to go to Roma. And I, over the years, learned a lot going to conferences. They may be all become hybrid things. It may be other forms of training. It may be online. I believe some councillors have taken some online training in committee of adjustment or land division or all those. There's lots and lots of other opportunities that would come out of that. So if we put in, just jiggle that around, reduce conferences and put in equipment for not council, but you know what it's, yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
So just as a suggestion, along with reducing the conferences by 3,500, I believe we can use some of the Safe Restart money to purchase the iPads. So then that there would be another 3,500. So now we've come up with $7,000, $7,000 reduction on the council budget.
I think that's gonna nods around the table. Everybody happy with that?
Yeah.
Yes. On that, okay, Mallory?
Sorry, I just want a clarification. What are we reducing conferences to, Barbara?
$3,500.
3,500. Okay, sorry. Yep.
And then
And
the
pulling-
iPads will be funded through the Safe Restart.
I'm gonna find another two. Well, I'm gonna recommend another $2,000, which I'm not gonna find it. I'm gonna recommend it and see how this lands on the table. Is I think it's very important, as I know I had to confer with the integrity commissioner, but I do see that in at 7,000. And I wondered through Mallory if that could possibly, I'm asking Mallory because she may have more information on that. Could that be reduced to 5,000? I don't know what our final expense is going to be for this year. But I'm wondering if 5,000 is more of an equalized number instead of 7.
I wouldn't recommend reducing it. I don't know what the total is going to be, but I will say that it's already been used in 2022. So the reason I wouldn't recommend it is because we have a lot of development projects coming down the pipe and people are becoming very involved. And I'm going to more and more recommend that councillors contact the integrity commissioner, because I think when you try yourself to interpret legislation, you're not always on the mark. And I think it's important that our councillors aren't excusing themselves when they should be participating, because it's kind of robbing democracy that way. So particularly in those cases, but also they need to know when they shouldn't be in the room. So the integrity commissioner is really important in that way, that they can give you a professional opinion that you can use. And I know that you and Deputy Mayor Kennedy experienced this personally. I'm not sure what our total was from 2021. Barbara, you might be able to comment on that.
Yeah, that was $4,500 roughly that we used of the 5,000 that was budgeted.
Right. And so my concern is that we have a number of ongoing big applications that could require an integrity commissioner. My question would be is if you reduce that line item, I guess we would have to take it from somewhere else if we ended up going over budget. So, and I don't want us not contacting the integrity commissioner when we should be, because we reduced the budget and we're concerned about it or anything like that. So that's something for council to consider, because it's a service that needs to be used.
I really appreciate your comments on that. And of course, we only had the year to date at November, and I knew that wasn't accurate. So in light of that, I'm going to withdraw my recommendation and keep it in there. And it can be something like, Councilman Cagney, I see you, just one sec. It could be something similar that we did in planning. We never know, one appeal can cost us so much. But again, as we develop and continue to go forward and the corporation goes forward, is to build up, what's a safe amount to sort of keep in that, almost like a reserve, because one year the integrity commissioner could cost you 10 and the next year 2. You just don't know. So maybe, looking at that is when we sort of develop reserve policies and other, if you want to call it that. Councillor McEachnie, you've been waiting, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry that I had to recharge my iPad here. But you just said something about planning, and I think there's $45,000 Jeff's requested, if I remember seeing it. Is there any chance that amount could be reduced for
what?
Any litigation, using our lawyers, like fighting?
I'll let Barbara answer that. That's not in 1 year. Go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, so speaking to the $45,000 that's put aside for planning, that is for future legal costs. There are quite a few files that are currently ongoing and could potentially cost quite a bit to get through them in terms of legal costs.
Barbara, to follow up from Councilor McEachnie's question, how much is put in the 2022 budget for legal?
I believe we didn't put anything in for planning legal. Let me just double check here.
Because that's what we have there.
Yeah, we didn't transfer anything for 2022. So we've got 45 at the end of 2021.
And so that's why we didn't recommend putting any in for this year, actually.
That's right.
We have a sort of, if you want
Yeah.
to call it, we have a reserve.
Yeah. Now, if council desires, if we don't use all of that 7,000 in 2022, we can put some of that into a contingency reserve for future council integrity commissioner services.
And that'd be nice if we didn't have to, but.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
I'm going to throw one out here that I know you and I are in disagreement about. We'll see how it floats or sinks. The 205,000 enhancement we got for whatever the acronym was, I don't have it right in front of me, and we are spending 100,000 of it on the Redstone Bridge work. I would like us to spend the other 100,000 where permissible in the infrastructure. And I know that there's mixed feelings about that one, but I think it's important enough to bring up to see what all of council thinks, whether we spend it all or we put another 100,000 back into reserves or not. So, thanks. And I can live. I'll go either way on that one, but
yeah, I know we disagree. That's okay.
That's a 1% staring me right in the face there. So that
yeah. I'll let Barbara speak to it too, in terms of the reserves, and then hear from other councillors, because I think, you might not be alone on that one. But, we're very, very dependent on government grants when it comes to bridges. We know what the county is doing, you and I know, and the rest of the county councillors or Dysart councillors, in order for the county to catch up with their bridge deficit, we're borrowing $5 million. That's a significant amount of money that the county is having to borrow for that. So I know it's only 100,000. I'm of the like mind, obviously, as you referenced, to do exactly what is presented by our treasurer, which is to use part of it and reserve part of it. I also think when we look at our whole picture of where we are for what our tax levy is likely sitting at, and how we have been year over year, where we are in comparables to our peers, our local municipalities, I think we're in great shape. And I think to me, it's spend half, save half is my motto. We'll see what Barbara has to say, and then let's hear from other councillors.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so just to recap, the OCIF, it's the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. They're basically focusing on core infrastructure assets. So when we say core infrastructure, that's roads, water, wastewater, and bridges. So this year we've taken 100,000 of that money and put it towards the Redstone Brook bridge design and hydraulic study. And so that leaves us about another 108,000 that we could park, we could spend. Looking at the asset management plan, we do have some bridge projects coming down the pipe. Great that we can put that money towards a project now to make it shovel ready for future grant opportunities. However, at the same time, it would be nice that we could make some sort of contribution towards a notable project like a bridge rehabilitation or a major road rehabilitation.
Councillor Clark, and then Councillor McKechnie, and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, it sounds great. We've got opportunity with the bridges, but can some of this infrastructure money be used towards Maple Avenue? We did the walk, and that whole air access up to the garden retirement is an embarrassment. Something's got to be done there fast, not 5 years down the road.
Councillor Clark, that's included in this year's budget.
Oh, is it? Okay, perfect. Okay,
yes, under sidewalks, it's okay, but in the line-by-line budget, anyone else want to comment on that?
It wasn't a bridge, so I thought we might have been.
No, it's in a sidewalk and it's included. Councillor McKechnie, then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, we're always talking here about the future, which is great. It's fantastic, But I also like to worry about today. And we've gone through a pretty traumatic thing, our whole country, the whole world has, with this COVID. And I think this is a time where the number that I have in my mind for our levy is probably quite a bit different than the majority of the other councillors. So if I had my perfect way, I'd say put the whole or a good part of the $200,000 against our levy. But I understand, that's not going to work, but I would like to see even half of it. Because the number that I have in my mind, because like I say, there's a lot of people out there that are hurting. Maybe not any of us here on council, or a lot of our friends who are all okay. As I say, you're all right. What about the majority of the people? And this municipality is in great shape because of the great administrations and councils we've had in the past. And this is a time, here's an example. Here's $100,000. I'd like to see us worry about today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And I completely agree with the sentiment that Councillor McKechnie has expressed there. I've raised this before. These are difficult times for some people and some of the businesses in our community. Some businesses were closed for many weeks. Others had to operate, or even some of those same businesses then had to operate at 25 and 50% of capacity. We've got restaurants right now that again are essentially closed in, in the dining room, and so for a tax increase of the 7.5% we talked about last month, the 5.5% we're talking about right now, to those organizations and to people who work in those places or others that have in our community having tough times, it's just unacceptable. It's beyond their reach. We had $1 million of taxes that hadn't been paid as of the end of the year. Do you think people, just forgot to make the tax payment, or they didn't make it because they didn't have the money available, and now they're having to pay us, 1.25% per month on overdue taxes, and so finding ways to further reduce this increase to me is absolutely essential, and I'm hoping that we'll have a further discussion on reserves at our February meeting, because by then we'll know exactly where we finished 2021. And as we did last year, we used that surplus to fund some of the road work projects. So that's a door that is going to remain open, and one that ought to be part of finalizing the budget next month. But certainly the sentiment, as I said, that Councillor McKechnie has expressed, the concept that the Deputy Mayor has put forward, it's the 100,000 there is 1%. I think there'll be opportunities from our reserves to go further beyond that. We've got that money sitting in the bank earning about 1%. And our taxpayers would say, let me hang on to the money because I got credit card debt that's running at 18% a year. Or I've got a tax debt to the municipality that you're charging me 15% a year on. And so it's unconscionable that we think that a tax increase of 5.5% is okay, simply because some of the other municipalities around here have higher tax rates. The fact of the matter is that Dysart has a much higher cost of housing in terms of the number of $1 million cottages. People bought in Dysart. They didn't buy in Highlands East. One of the reasons they bought here was our taxes are more modest. And so let's not use those comparisons as an excuse to, kind of think we're catching up. It's not the right goal to have. And so completely supportive of taking this infrastructure money and using it now as opposed to increasing the taxes. And as I said, I look forward to a more informed or fully informed discussion in February when we have a better idea of where we came out of 2021 and what other opportunities there may be with that working fund reserve in total. Thank you.
Okay, well, this is going to be our most interesting conversation of the day. So I think that it's fair to hear from all 7 of us. I've certainly spoken and 3 other councillors have spoken. So I'll look to, how about you, Councillor Wood Roberts first, if that's okay. I'll start with you and see whether you want to use the entire OCIF funding and pull it forward, or do the recommendation of what our treasurers is the recommend.
I certainly see the appeal to using the funding, but I also see the rationale behind Barbara's decision making. It would be nice to get our levy down another 1 or 1.5%. I know Mr. Smith alluded to the fact that, you know, the people in town kind of, with the businesses hurting and stuff, people in town that are on sewers also are hurting more because we increased the sewer rate. So that's another little kick in the shins for those of us that are on sewers. That's, you know, that's added to their tax bill significantly. I mean, I will go with whichever way council chooses to do it. My question to Barbara is, what if there's some sort of critical event with a bridge? You know, a truck hits the butt of a bridge or something. Would that OCIF funding come into place for the assessment and those sorts of things of that bridge, or would that come out of some other reserve? Like if there was a critical incident.
Yeah, so one of the qualifying, I'll just read right from the agreement, just to clarify. So eligible costs include all capital planning and assessment costs, such as the cost of environmental planning, surveying, engineering, architectural supervision, testing, and management consulting services. So, I mean, if there was a catastrophic event and it required to be replaced or rehabilitated, then definitely, you know, you're looking at a huge event here. And yeah, could we use some of the grant money? Yes. However, the bigger question is, we're talking $100,000 here, and to replace a bridge starts anywhere from $1 million on. So you're looking to find how you're going to fund that. And so the notion here is, you know, if we get a project shovel ready, we put a little bit of money aside. Grant money comes out and they say, we will support 90% of your bridge or your project. We have the other 10 sitting in the pot, so that then, you know what, there's no impact on the levy at that point. But at some point you have to deal with the cost of replacing this infrastructure.
Did that answer your question, Councillor Wood Roberts? Yeah, okay, I think you're still sort of, sounds like you're sort of undecided. One thing to consider is we are going to go into our strategic planning, don't have dates set yet for that. You know, we talked about a sewer expansion, the plant expansion, line expansion in certain areas. Again, keeping some money in reserve is, in my mind, a smart move in the event of not to fund those projects. They're going to be too big for that, but it's the engineering to exactly what Barbara just said. It's that shovel ready, and we can, you know, even throughout this year in June, we can come up and say, oh my gosh, we have an opportunity to expand the sewer line on such and such road. There's an opportunity. Let's get the engineering set for that. We're tying our hands to that. 1% to me is not worth it. And I guess I'm more conservative. I just don't feel like spending it all just because we got it in 1 year. We don't need to spend it all in 1 year. We're not sitting here at a double-digit tax increase, and we can hang our heads high if we come in. We haven't seen, we've made a lot of little changes today, so we know the changes that we've made are going to be less than 5.5%. But as another councillor said to me earlier this week, we don't need to politicize the percent. We need to present a budget that's the right one for our community. And to me, the right one from our community is being conservative. So we're not, I mean, her first recommendation was to reserve it all. Second recommendation is 50-50. I still stand by that, but we have 3 councillors that are wanting to use it all. So there was Councillor Donaldson and then Councillor Clark to hear from. So Councillor Donaldson next.
Yes, I agree with what Nancy says, is that I'm kind of sitting, there's advantages of doing both. It'd be nice to have some reserve, so I definitely agree with that, but yeah, let's just go with that. I'll go with what Barbara has suggested.
Okay, and before Deputy Mayor Kennedy, if I could just hear from Councillor Clark, you hadn't spoken on this yet, and then to you, Deputy.
Yeah, I agree with Barb's assessment on this. We've got to have a bit of money in reserves. There's money is coming down because of the current environment that might provide some opportunity for us to move forward with some of these big projects. We'll never be able to do the big projects out of our own tax assessment. So if we haven't got something in the bank to go forward, then we're not doing our community service. And I'm not so much worried about let's say a 4 or 5% increase. Even at the 5.5, that's $16 per 100,000. Well, that's a case of beer, for the average house for a year. Well, that's not, huge money. And trying to maintain our recreational and community services, the people who are strapped are the ones who are using or need those services to get out into the community. It's the only thing they can afford. So we don't want to nickel and dime, what few amenities our population has got. So, let's kind of do the right thing here, make sure we got the money in the pot to go forward and kind of not worry about trying to do away with any kind of an increase. Thanks.
Okay, so you're okay with the recommendation that Barbara's presented, which is 100 reserve, 100 to spend. And Deputy Mayor Kennedy, back to you.
Yeah,
then Councillor McKechnie, then Councillor Smith. Sorry, go ahead.
Just wanted to clarify that that's the enhancement that we're talking about. We haven't even touched the residual balance in that fund. We're talking about the enhancement we received 2 days before the last budget session. So it's not that we're depleting that reserve. The reserve, in fact, is not even being touched other than what was planned before the 2 days before the last budget meeting. So I'm talking about the enhancement. So that's all, just clarification.
You're absolutely correct. So it was the additional top up for 2022, but my cautionary tale is doesn't need to be spent in 2022. We could go out to do another, in June, we could find an engineering project, just like I said, let's expand the sewer line on such and such street, but we need the engineering for that. So you're absolutely right. Councillor McKechnie and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, we talk about how our the amount of money people are paying in Highlands East and Minden Hills for their taxes is quite a bit higher than in Dysart. But this just didn't happen overnight. This has been a lot of great, and Andrea, you've been a part of it. You've been around 16 years. I'm not trying to butter you up, or I've been around 12 years. This is because we've done what's right for our people who vote us in. And to me, we're at a time right now, we don't know where this COVID's going. And to me, $100,000 is a lot more important off of our budget than we got $3.5 million in reserves right now. I mean, is Highland East maybe they got 5 million, maybe they got 10 million, I don't know. But our municipality is in pretty darn good shape. And it's because that we make the decision for the right reason, as far as I'm concerned. And to me, the right reason is to worry about our people today. And whether it's $16 or it's $160, $16 to me might not mean like much, but somebody it might. Thanks very much.
Okay, so to Councillor Smith.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, it's $16 per 100,000 of assessment. Nobody's got a home that's only assessed at 100,000, so it's a multiplier of that. And we last year we made a decision, and we got a report earlier in 2021 of an asset management plan that has us putting aside $300,000 a year. The 172,000 plus 1.3% of our assessment. So call it 300,000 a year that we're putting in to reserves for assets. That report was prepared by professionals who are specialists in municipal assets, working with our staff over a period of months, and for which we paid $130,000, if I recall the amount correctly. And they told us what we needed to put in our reserves. We've started that process. And what we're talking about here is, oh, we got some additional money. And well, we'll stick some more in our reserves above and beyond what those specialists that were paid for their expertise told us we needed to do. And we're doing that at the expense of our taxpayers, people who, sure, in some cases, it won't matter whether their taxes go up, won't affect their lifestyle at all. But there are others. There are businesses in this community that have been hurt really hard by COVID and some of the implications of it. There are people in our community who were unemployed, went without paychecks for a period of time. And again, because of COVID and some of the implications of it. And so the decision that we're going to make, not finalized today, but probably finalized in February, is how much more we're going to take out of their pocket. And whether it turns out to be 2.5% or 4.5% or wherever it comes in there, it's more money coming out of their pocket. And the numbers we're talking about right now are still much higher than the rate of inflation. And when taxes go up by more than the rate of inflation, everybody who has a piece of property or everybody who's a tenant and rents a home has to make a decision of where they're going to spend a smaller portion of their income because they have to pay their taxes. Otherwise, we'll take possession of their property and sell it in the market. That is unfair for us to take a nickel more than we absolutely need. And that's why, to me, not adding to the reserves, but holding the line or even looking and reviewing those reserves and saying there's a chance to have a little less in there than we've got right now. That $1.7 million in the working fund reserve is a lot of money. And as I said, we'll talk more about that in February, but there's $100,000 here that's on the table. That's 1% of the tax increase. And that was found money. Why put it away when, again, the expertise we paid for told us the $300,000 that's going in there year after year is enough. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard from everybody. We're clearly divided on this line. Yes, the asset management plan said that, but it didn't talk about any new infrastructure. It didn't talk about a sewer line on a particular road. It didn't talk about the geotubes that we haven't even started yet. It didn't talk about some of the other projects, expansion of, say, Industrial Park Phase 3 that we have been bandying around. So you have to keep in mind it's a point in time, those assets. So, you know, to me, I think the conservative thing to do, obviously, I've stated, is to split that. And so what I would recommend, because we're divided on this one particular item, is when Barbara brings back the chart, as we'll call it, of revisions, the in and out, like she did with this one, these things were added revenue, these things were taken out as per the discussion. We'll leave that as a sort of separate item. So we'll see a draft 3, I'm just going to throw out a number. Say a draft 3 comes in at 4.8%. You use the extra OCIF, it's 3.8%. We can have that debate then in February and look at it as well. Councillor Smith and other people have referenced looking at where we are at the end of 2021. We'll have a much better knowledge of that by February. And you know, we might see some savings in some departments. Some of those departments will be recommended to carry those over in reserves for those specific things, washouts, brushing. Well, we didn't have any extra we spent brushing, but those type of things like we did last year. And if there are any opportunities to use any type of a surplus from 2021, that can be an opportunity as well. And so that it gives everybody at least a good month to ponder this OCIF top up and maybe give a little bit better understanding of where our reserves are. So I do understand what you're saying with the asset management plan, but you know, this council has talked about a lot of future projects that are not part of the asset management plan that we haven't even started yet. And those projects will need initial engineering studies or, you know, just sort of those preliminary works. So how does that sound for everybody? We'll sort of, you know, Barbara will make those changes in a little bit of that chart like we have, and we'll leave that as a separate line. Councillor Smith?
I'm fine with that conceptually. I had a couple of other items I'd like Barbara to incorporate, though, or at least we could talk about.
Absolutely, we're not ending the meeting. I just want to end that subject because we're not going to agree today on that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, on other items, the first one is in the roads department. There had been a restructuring concept that was talked about at our December council meeting, and kind of going to a technician. And so that's at a lower cost than a supervisor. And has that difference in terms of salary and benefits been incorporated? And also the reality now that the technician's not going to be board obviously for 12 months. They're only going to be there for 8 or 9 months or whatever by the time the position gets filled. So Barbara, could you incorporate that change of plans in terms of the next version?
Yep, I'll note that.
And then there were a couple of roles, proposed additional roles that didn't get discussed yet today. One was the kind of the assistant mechanic for the roads department that I was had mentioned to Andrea and to the mayor in discussion over the telephone that I'd like to hear a little further from Rob on kind of his thinking there as to why that incremental position is warranted. And the other position, incremental new position that we didn't talk about today was the I guess it was a co-op student to work in the finance department, and the benefit of that. So those were just some other items on my list here that I was hoping we would cover today.
Okay, I think I'm going to let Barbara, obviously Barbara take that one, but I do believe that was sort of covered in the first draft. But Barbara, go ahead on, certainly just talk about maybe the finance position first. How's that?
Yes, thank you. So I'm proposing to participate in the University of Toronto's co-op program, business administration program, bring a student on for approximately 4 months of that program. And they would be assigned the specific task of setting up the FIR reporting, which is the financial information reporting that we are obliged to report to the ministry every year. Looking to try and take that on in-house here, but we need to set up the reporting model. We do have the software that can assist us with that. Right now, what happens is we engage our auditor to complete that reporting. And there is a lot of staff time that goes into the reporting, although the auditor completes the final report. So I was looking to take that on in-house, engage a student, and get that up and running. The notion was that this would be a one-time engagement with the university. If we have another project down the road where there's potential cost savings to help out in finance, that's great. But right now it's a one-time project, and this position would pay for itself in 5 years, because then we will no longer be paying for the audit firm to complete the reporting. So there is a cost benefit, 5 years, $15,000.
Okay, so that's that one position. So that was, so I'll just look to Councillor Smith, just hold your second thought. Is everybody in favor of keeping that position in there, seeing the cost benefit that it is, that the position would be there just this year, and then we have the technology to do it. It would take 5 years to recoup, if you will. Okay, so nods, that's kept in. Councillor Smith, your other question, I thought that was also in Rob's report, but maybe you want some further information in terms of the assistant mechanic. I wonder if Tamara would have some further information on that. I think you could probably expand on that. Or Mallory?
Just on the justification, you mean, of why we want to create the position? Or
I believe that's what
we did
Councillor
go through
Smith
that. Yeah, well, right now we're working through the detailed job description with QP and getting the job evaluated. That's where we're sitting at internally with the job. And we'll be meeting with QP to see if it is looking along the lines of what they were thinking too, from their needs on their side. In terms of a growth role, is that what you were asking about, why we're proposing it the way we are?
Councillor Smith, do you want to re-ask your question on what it was regarding that position?
Well, it's a net new position. And so just trying to better understand, what it is that's driving the need for it, or what benefit's going to come back to the, to us as a municipality and consequently to the taxpayers as a result of having this position filled. We've run the roads department last year and the year before and the year before that without this position being in place.
Okay. Is Rob in the meeting, Mallory, that we can pull him in? Or is he gone?
He's gone, unfortunately. I thought he was, which is why my hand was up, but then I quickly.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
I think he's just outside my office.
Oh,
Grab
Okay.
him.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, yeah, I could answer some of it, but I thought we had a report or some more details on that previously as well.
well,
it-
he did speak to it verbally, so we'll just give him
Yeah.
time to find a
Yeah.
computer and join in, or he's taking Barbara's desk and they've got to put their masks on. He did verbally give more report, plus those of us on the personnel committee, I realize it's only a committee of
True.
3. We had more detailed information. There is definitely, I support this position. There is justification for this, but I'm gonna let Rob explain when we see, let's say, Barbara's name in Rob's face.
Yeah, whether it's today or the next meeting, the fact is that Rob did give an overview of it at our December meeting. And, as did each of the people who were proposing other additional positions. We talked about, 3 of those today. And I mentioned the co-op student for finance and this assistant mechanics job, which Rob, when he described in December, was still sizing up. He was looking at some different options, as Tamara has mentioned. Apparently, we even need to engage the union in helping us decide how to structure our department. And so I'm just trying to better understand in more detail than Rob was able to explain in December as to where we're at and again, what's the justification for it? Thank you.
Okay.
Well, we don't need to consult with the union how we structure the department, but we do like to, for the interest of employee relations, consult with them and make sure we listen to what the operational concerns are out there. And we do have operations equipment operators right now who are basically filling the role of mechanics assistants, which means they're not getting out on the road, or one of the two isn't happening. But I think Rob can give more detailed information and we can certainly bring back more. Yeah, right now we're just reviewing it currently this week, actually, with CUPE in terms of the draft.
Barbara's she's right there waiting to.
Yeah, so I just managed to catch Rob there, and it's probably best that we have some time to review it and come back to the next meeting.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if possible, generally staff, like we didn't have committee the whole this month, and would Rob be coming to the council meeting, and not to debate the budget at the council meeting, but maybe Rob, because he has the information, like it's right here at his fingertips. Well, fingertips head off. I wonder if he could add that to any information then at council. Would that be possible, Mallory?
Yeah, Tamara, like, what do you think, through a report or like
Just verbal. I think he just needs to speak to it verbally as he's explained to us. I'm not able to fully put in words the organizational structure.
Well, there's succession planning. We've got
Yeah.
older people in those roles. We need to start growing them. There could be an opportunity to create apprentice roles down the road if we get the right people into the positions, so that we could do some succession planning. There's lots of, like you said, a lot of the jobs can't be done by one person anymore, either for safety reasons, and you just need that second hand and somebody dedicated, somebody to help order parts while the mechanics doing the more technical work.
So what I was
Inventory
just going
control.
to, what I was just going to suggest is that if Rob spoke to it verbally, if he had a heads up that, and not to debate the budget at that time, but then when we have our budget meeting, he doesn't need to be brought into the February 14th budget meeting because we'll have the information ahead. I just don't know why I think that question would be easily answered by Rob. Councillor McKechnie?
If I remember correctly, I believe the mechanic that's been there a long time, he may be retiring. Maybe he's trying to get prepared for that. Who knows, down the road. Like have somebody there that, you know, who can back him up. The existing mechanic that's there, if I remember correctly, he's overloaded right now with you know, all kinds of new technology on this equipment, and everything is different than it used to be 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I just think that's a positive for all the equipment that we do have.
Yeah, I think, so whether Rob speaks to it at the January meeting or he knows we'll put him right first thing in the morning on the 14th. I think having a little bit more explanation of that job description would be helpful. For now, I think we'll leave that in, but I think for Councillor Smith and for others to just, Rob can clarify that. So either at the January meeting, where we won't be having budget, or at the budget meeting, whichever is appropriate. Okay. Councillor Smith, did you have something else? Anything else?
Oh, those are the points right now. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so let's, I'm going to do round table and see if there's anything else that I can't leave no stone unturned. Is there anything that we didn't say, anything we didn't talk about, that any more information that we want from either Barbara or any other staff member? Or should we get out and enjoy this frosty afternoon? Okay, for some of us, frosty. So I think that then would conclude today's budget meeting, which has been very productive and very civil and very respectful of who we work for and who we represent. Keeping in mind, we want to keep our community, we want to be proud of our community, we want to keep our house in order, if we will, and you know, give our staff the tools and give people a place that they want to live and work and play in. It has been a tough year, and it will continue to be tough. It's going to take a lot for some of these businesses to recover from what they've gone through since COVID hit. So with that, I will look for mover and a seconder to acknowledge receipt of the second draft of this of today's budget. Councillor Clark, and seconded by Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the second draft of the Municipality of Dysart et al. 2022 budget. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And next, I just have a resolution to confirm proceedings for today. Mover seconder. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-01, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting held January 14th, 2022, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And lastly, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that Council adjourned its special meeting held on January 14th, 2022 at 2:15 p.m. All in favor? And that is carried. Thanks, everyone. Thanks again, Barbara, for your hard work. And remember, when Council asks questions, it's our job to ask questions and dig a little deeper and get a better understanding. So thank you again for all your hard work. Hopefully everybody has a restful weekend. And stay safe and stay healthy. Okay, take care, everyone. Bye now.
Bye.
Hey, how you doing?